Allow me to share with you my vision for the university. I envision PUP to become the pioneering and leading national polytechnic university in the 21st century. With a national polytechnic university status, it will bring more opportunities for the university to further strengthen its academic programs and improve organizational performance as an institution for higher education. In pursuit for this vision, my mission for PUP is for it to recognize its catalytic role for national development. PUP will ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities through a re-engineered polytechnic education. By re-engineering, we look into the existing processes and programs in order to achieve higher quality of academic programs and services following the principles of effectiveness and efficiency. With this mission in mind, I have formulated 10 pillars as my reform agenda for the university. Pillar 1. Dynamic, transformational, and responsible leadership. Empower academic and administrative leaders by following the core principles of good governance to create collective growth and unity. Here I would like to highlight an innovation by introducing the development of an integrity management plan to assess, plan, and implement anti-corruption strategies that will secure the institution against corruption and abuse. Likewise, asset management and resource generation will be aggressively pursued to ensure productivity and finance the implementation of the plans and projects for the university. Pillar 2. Responsive and innovative curricula and instruction. We aim to provide world-class polytechnic education that responds to national and global needs by developing intellectually challenging curricula and design academic programs that are based on industry demands to provide the learners with adequate and relevant competencies and skills and prepare them for a successful and rewarding careers. In a rapidly changing world, we recognize the paradigm shift in curriculum to outcome-based education with lifelong learning approach. Pillar 2 also sits on the framework of internationalization of Philippine higher education through transnational education by promoting academic mobility among faculty and students and global dimension into the curricula and teaching process. Pillar 3. Enabling and productive learning environment. Following education in Industry 4.0, we aim to increase and enhance the use of new technology to enable student learning and engagement, as well as advanced teaching process and methodology through new and state-of-the-art facilities that will support the overall learning and teaching experience in the university. Pillar 3 likewise includes campus development and the provision of conducive learning centers and facilities for students and faculty. Pillar 4. Holistic student development and engagement. We will empower students as well as rounded learners and active young leaders as we open opportunities for various academic mobility and venues for honing skills and personal development, being the principal stakeholder of the university. Recognize academic freedom as a form of self-expression and a platform to showcase students' intellect, skills, and creativity. Pillar 5. Empowered faculty members and employees. Likewise, we are looking into the holistic development of our faculty and employees as productive, competent, and experts in their respective fields. We will encourage our faculty roster through formal education, capacity building, research and extension initiatives, faculty immersion, and other academic engagements, both local and abroad. We will ensure that both our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6. Vigorous research production and utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7. Global Academic Standards and Excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from CHED, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional licensure examinations and produce board top-notchers as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8. Synergistic, productive strategic networks and partnerships. Synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9. Active and sustained stakeholders engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10. Sustainable social development programs and projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach in education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan para sa ating bayan.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our GS staff, officials, faculty members, and guests. So we will start in 3 minutes. So please, we encourage also for our program chairs to once again share the link for our faculty members to join this afternoon's webinar. Hello? Hello?
Yes, Sir Dags, we can hear you. Sir Dags.
All right. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to all of our GS staff, to our GS officials, to our esteemed faculty members, and of course, to our invited guests for today's activity, our faculty development activity entitled Assessment and Evaluation in Online Learning. Before we start, let us all put ourselves in the holy presence of the Lord for the invocation, followed by the Philippine National Anthem. But before we start, may we request everyone to please mute their microphones. So once again, let us start our program, this afternoon's program, with the invocation, followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise Him, all creatures here below. Praise Him above, ye heavenly hosts. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisihin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bagaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislat ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdiningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwal at ipagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mag-aapi, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
So the COVID-19 pandemic has caused a strong effect on higher education institutions with the closure of classrooms and other teaching activities. In this unprecedented crisis, the global proportion, educators and families had to deal with the unpredictability, and we need to learn new ways of teaching. With the PUP Graduate School's thrust to continuously improve our faculty skills, this afternoon sessions will shed light on the importance of assessment and evaluation in online learning. To further welcome all of us in today's endeavor, let us call in for his welcome remarks our ever dynamic Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Elmer G. De Jose.
Good afternoon, everyone. Salamat, Sir Dags. A pleasant afternoon to one and all. Welcome to the PUP Graduate School webinar on assessment and evaluation in online learning. Good afternoon to our distinguished resource persons, Dr. Nava and Dr. Junior Rosales. Please allow me to acknowledge also my fellow deans, directors, program chairpersons,
Good afternoon.
other university officials, of course, our faculty members, and other stakeholders and guests who are joining us via Zoom and Facebook Live. I believe there are participants who are coming from other university who are with us in Zoom. Welcome po. This webinar kicks off the series of activities that are part of the faculty development program of the PUP Graduate School. We fully recognize that our teaching staff is among our most valuable resources. Hence, we want to make sure that we continue to provide the training and development activities that will foster the quality and excellence in teaching and learning. For this particular webinar, our distinguished experts, who shall be formally introduced in a short while, will reinforce our knowledge on effective assessment models, tools, techniques, and strategies to improve the teaching and learning process in an online environment. Various online assessment mechanisms can be used to provide timely feedback as basis for meeting the needs of students. Of course, as teachers, we also need to make adjustment in our teaching strategies. And knowing these assessment techniques will help us to improve the way we will manage our classroom, the way we will handle, of course, the courses that we teach to help students improve their performance. And at the same time, to help improve our performance also in terms of teaching. When designed and implemented properly, this assessment tools will promote active learning, increase motivation, and enhance the overall learning experience of our students. Of course, I could not overemphasize the importance of assessment in the teaching and learning process. This will be elucidated by our invited speakers this afternoon. But before I end, I would like to inform you of the next activities and invite you to the series of activities to be conducted by the graduate school this coming March, April, and May through the Aral Diwa program of the GSREO. The GSREO is the Graduate School Research and Extension Office. We'll be having our second hybrid webinar workshop series. We tag this as a 5-piece of RECOP: proposal, planning, production, presentation, and publication of research and community extension projects. This is going to be held on March 12 and also on April 12. Also, we're going to have our second webinar workshop on Flextel using Moodle, which we started last year. We had this, the Flextel webinar workshop series. We're going to conduct it on April 11 and 13. And for our faculty members also who are doing thesis advising, we're having our webinar workshop series on thesis dissertation writing and publication on May 7 and 8. So again, all of this are being done in order to enhance the teaching and learning environment, to improve, the climate, of effective, making sure that we are addressing the needs of the different stakeholders of our community, of our academic community, especially our students. Again, welcome to this seminar. Please stay and learn with us in the next 3 to 4 hours. I hope that everyone will stay safe in the comfort of where they are, with their family or at home or even at their respective offices. Thank you very much. And again, welcome to our webinar this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dean De Jose. So I have the honor now to introduce our first speaker. So our first speaker is a registered psychometrician and a registered guidance counselor. She finished her Bachelor of Science in Psychology degree and Master of Education and in Guidance and Counseling degree at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and her PhD in Education major in Research and Evaluation in the University of Virginia, Charlottesville, Virginia. Uh, at present, she's also a graduate student of the Master of Arts in Psychology in the University of the Philippines, Diliman. To name a few of her very extensive work experience, she is a research fellow in the CMEO Innotech 2013 to present. She is also a professorial lecturer at the Far Eastern University, a faculty educational research and evaluation in research and evaluation at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Also a faculty of psychology in the University of the Philippines in Clark, Angeles, Pampanga, a consultant and lead researcher on basic education and planning standards at the Australian Aid and Department of Education, a research consultant for evaluation of the multi-grade education program in the Philippines, also in the CMEO Innotech, Quezon City, Philippines. Uh, and to name that's just to name a few. She is a prolific researcher, academician, and she has an extensive experience as a consultant for test development, assessment, and research both locally and internationally. Without further ado, it is my honor to present to you our first speaker to talk about assessing student learning in the online modality. Let us all give a virtual clap to Dr. Fe Josefa G. Napa.
Thank you. Uh, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Naririnig po ba ako?
Yes,
Am I
ma'am.
Yes,
coming
loud and clear.
loud and clear? All right. So let me share first the screen with you. Okay, welcome to our session on assessing student learning in the online modality. Wait, I don't know what happened here. Maybe I need to adjust. I need to adjust the PowerPoint. Okay, let's see. Kahit na anong prepared ka, meron at meron din ang magkakaroon ng konting quote-unquote glitch. Okay. Okay na po ba ang aking screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We can
All right.
see it.
So our session today is assessing student learning in the online modality. Welcome, everybody. I think we are over 100. So welcome, everybody. I might not be able to hear everyone's voice, but I hope one time or one day we could get together. I was just looking at some of my old photos. Alam nyo, nahalungkat ko yung baul ko ng mga lumang photos at nakita ko yung mga photographs ng seminars sa PUP. I think I had a couple of seminars there. One on research and one, I think, on testing or assessment, long time ago. Before I present the short lecture or elongated lecture, whichever, let me just share with you the results of our survey. We did distribute or float a very short survey questionnaire, and I'm not sure if some of you were able to see that and then you were just too busy, you couldn't respond, no? But we were able to get 17 of you to respond. So that's a good, if there are 50 faculty or so, that would be at 33% no, of the faculty, graduate school faculty. So dun po sa mga sumagot, karamihan po ay mga lalaki, professors, no? 71. I was kind of like, for a change, there were more males than females in this group. And then in terms of the degrees, okay, it's also amazing because most of you, 65%, have doctoral degrees already, and some are working toward that. And then some but a third are working toward their master's degree. So that's great. In terms of disciplines or areas of specialization, the biggest group, about a third, would be coming from the education, psychology, and social science. And then about 1/4 are management and technology faculty. About 1/5, about 20%, 18% language and literature. There were 12% from engineering, another 12% from mathematics and statistics, and then marketing tour, 6%. Although, huwag kayong magugulat kasi yung marketing tour na yan, syempre, kung 1/17, 6% siya. So, but anyway, these are just the percentages. In terms of teaching online, I asked you how many months, no? So there's a mean of 20 months, so around about 2 years already. And somebody indicated, I'm not sure if this is accurate or tama ba ito, parang 4 years na teaching online, so 48 months, and then a minimum of 2 months. I also asked you 3 questions about your undergraduate and graduate courses. If you had taken teaching methods courses, assessment courses, or statistics courses. And interestingly, about 3/4 have already taken courses in teaching methods. So that should be great, no? A little less, this is not really surprising, had taken courses in assessment or measurement or testing, 65%. But this is also quite interesting. Everybody, no, has taken one way or the other, either an undergraduate or graduate course in statistics. So this will make some of my slides or presentation slides easier to explain. I also asked you what were the problems you met in online teaching, and these were some of the responses. No, so connectivity, connection. There were 11 who stated that lack of signal, and then they were also concerned about student attention, motivation, participation, and interaction, and the submission of grades, or of assignments, tardiness. So 6 of you wrote that, and then there were 3 who mentioned problems in checking. I'm not sure if this is in checking. Maybe difficulties in checking, difficulty in assessment and evaluation. That's why our session this afternoon is on that. And then also 2 mentioned problems with instructional materials, resources. Siguro nahihirapan humanap ng mga resources sa internet. Turning your textbook, no, dati print, no, print materials, tapos kayo kailangan nyo nang ilagay yan sa PowerPoint or digital. And then there's one who mentioned this long class period. And to elaborate, ang sabi niya, my classes are for 9 hours on every 3 Sundays. So 9 hours on every 3 Sundays. Wow, that's more than the work hours. And then somebody said, hard to teach practical application. Yes, yung practical part na yan ang medyo mahirap. Pero wag kayo yung mga PE teachers na dapat nagtuturo ng dance, movement, sports, etc. They were able to manage, teaching those, internet through online, means. And then somebody mentioned noise and other environmental interruptions. I'm not sure if this is noise from the end of the faculty who's teaching or noise and environmental interruptions from the side of the students. Kasi alam niyo naman, iba ang setup ngayon ng online. Yun ang medyo hindi pa natin napag-uusapan, itong environment ng ating online. Then I asked you also, the 17 who responded to the questionnaire, listed some of the assessment methods, no? And very common: reflection, portfolio, case studies, recitation, discussion, exams, online, hands-on, performance-based, portfolio, essays, assignments, activities, modules, final papers, quizzes, simulation, reflection papers, and activities, final paper, recitation, unique assignments, oral presentation online, project submission, feedback, peer evaluation, review, game type activities. And somebody mentioned summative exams using Google Classroom. And I'm not sure what institutional is. Maybe these are departmental examinations. No? Not sure. Clarify with me later if you can. And then I asked also about your concerns in terms of assessment, and I grouped them according to concerns on the part of the students and then concerns on the part of the teachers. So for students, some mentioned cheating and copying. Yes, that was also one of my concerns when I was about to give examination to my graduate class, no? The first semester I taught. Students are shy and they won't turn their videos on, no? I'm not sure, part of it is probably because the data, they use data, di ba? Nagpapaload sila. So baka yung data nila ay nauubos kapag may video. That's what I heard from some students. Okay, so maybe there's also shy. There's a way of getting around this. Limited access of students to gadgets, yes. Okay, major yung suddenly naging online tayo. So naghagilap sila ng cellphone, tablets. Yung iba maswerte meron silang laptops, but not so. And some have internet connections and at home Wi-Fi, no? But others do not. They have to keep loading. So that's really an issue. That's really a big concern for us. Now, on the part of the teachers naman, there are also people, some of you had connection and accessibility issues, no? So siguro wala rin kayong internet connection na Wi-Fi sa bahay, etc. And of course, na-mention yung problema sa assessment, sa grading, feedback, making sure the assessment is effective, probably how about preparing rubrics that are good or effective. And then one said you could not monitor 100% the student is doing during exam because of limited cameras. Oo, totoo po yan. So we can try to work around that. And then somebody said, very limited time to discuss. Students are not required to attend regularly and are not required to recite. So we can solve this too. Application of the actual online approach, yes, in assessment, no? And validity of the entire process. How would I know whether or not the students attending are my real students? How would I know if the work submitted are theirs? Okay, yan, issue na, yung cheating na yan, no? And then related to that, authenticity of the responses. Now, last question I asked was, what do you want to learn about assessment? And so these are some of the responses, active participation in discussions, how to probably engage the students. Although ang topic po natin na assessment, sige, pwede na rin po natin banggitin to. How to motivate more students' feedback. Okay, how to motivate using more students' feedback maybe. Ways and methods, techniques, strategies of assessment, tools for authentic learning or authentic assessment, effective, reliable methods in assessment, assessment innovations in online or distance education. And okay, how to really come up with genuine assessment, the utilization of educational technology, proper ways in assessing in students online, materials needed to assess the students online, measures the learning outcome of the student, validation of learning in laboratory classes, automatic grading, and what institutional supports are available to help the faculty members in the conduct of assessment. This one probably the dean can address, but I'll try to give some ideas on that. And then one said, does their online learning, or maybe it should be, is the online learning the same as the learning in face-to-face? If there is disparity, sorry, wrong spelling, I would like to know. So this is not so much of measurement, but more on research already. Parang action research ito. So let me go through first, set up with you now, for you now, the objectives of our lecture today, this afternoon. I usually keep the objectives only 2, 3, no? So magandang number yung 3. So I want to be able to help you that at the end of our session today, you'll be able to distinguish different levels of instructional objectives that should be assessed. So magkakaroon kayo ng awareness kung ano yung mga objectives, instructional objectives, ano yung dapat na alam gawin ng mga estudyante natin sa kurso natin, no? And then second, I want you to be able to explain the link between teaching strategies, learning, and assessment. So yung link mula sa pagtuturo natin, yung pagkakatuto ng mga bata, at yung pagsusukat natin ng kanilang natutunan. No? And then thirdly, lastly, I want you to be able to have that nice feeling that you can select the suitable assessment tools for evaluating student learning. So instructional objectives, the link among teaching strategies, learning and assessment, and suitable assessment tools. Okay ba? Game na ba tayo? Okay, I hope wala tayong information overload. I'm going to try not to overload you too much. Okay. Ngayon, I had been using this triangle called educational triangle kasi napakasimple nitong triangle na to, no? Okay, so tatlong components lang yan sa isang triangle. First part would be objectives. What are we going to teach? What is our goal, no, for the students? What do we want them to know in terms of concepts, in terms of thinking, skills, values, and attitudes? And other important, learning objectives. So, punta muna tayo sa mga objectives. Itong triangle na to ay ni-represent ni Biggs. I'm not sure, maybe it was Biggs who initiated this, but there is a more interesting, figure developed by Biggs. For objectives, ang tinawag niya doon ay learning outcomes. What should students know or be able to do? And then ito yung ating mga teaching strategies. Learning and teaching strategies na to. So, kumbaga, ina-assume natin kapag tinuruan natin sila, natututo sila. So, how will the students learn? This is how we're going to impart the knowledge. And then hopefully, this is also how they're going to learn. And then finally, assessment task. How will you be measuring the learning? No? How will you know that they have learned what they are supposed to learn? So that is the assessment tasks. Okay. Now, the triangle, interestingly, has been shifted, no, sa mga diagrams. Tingnan nyo, ito pareho din to. Meron siyang content, ito yung objectives. Tapos meron din yung teacher, ito yung teaching methods or pedagogical or andragogical methods. Techniques, no, strategies. And ito yung student, yung learning niya ang concern natin dyan. So, mapapansin nyo, medyo na iba yung representation dito, pero pareho lang ang idea, no? And then there's another one, actually is a elaborate, no, diagram of the first one. So, the teachers, nasa apex yung teachers. At saka yung content daw, ito yung objectives natin, kasama dyan objectives natin. At saka yung learning ay nandito sa base, no? So you can see the arrows are related, no? Showing that teaching is related to learning and learning is related to the content, to the materials or the objectives. And then also the materials, the objectives are related to the teachers. So there is a triangular relationship. There's another one. Look at this triangle, no? This diagram. Pansinin nyo, subject matter na ngayon. So, hindi na objective. So, pareho din yun. Objective, subject matter, content, no? And then teacher, and then learner. Now, ano to? The relationship between subject matter and teacher is called teaching. Okay? And the relationship between learner and subject matter is learning. And now, interestingly, the relationship between teacher and learner is education. Do you agree with that? I just wanted to share this because this triangle appears in so many ways. Look at this one. There's even a term called magic triangle. Pareho pa rin. Objectives, learning activities, or teaching methods, strategies, and then assessment. No? So pareho pa rin. And then here's the last one. Ito naman, AAA. No? Nag-divide siya ng puro aims, activities, and assessment. Diba ang galing? Pero pareho. And then, pero siya in-insert dito sa gitna, atmosphere. Ito siguro yung nakalimutan natin. We forgot this. We thought that it's enough to have objectives and then you have your teaching methods and then your assessment techniques. But no, there's an atmosphere where the learning is happening. That is online. And possibly a combination of online and home. Since our students are at home or wherever. I heard some people say that some of the students were sitting in what? Sari-sari stores? Because the sari-sari store has a Wi-Fi. So the teacher said, I'm not sure, maybe this is in basic ed or maybe in college also, but maybe not in graduate school. Maybe in graduate school, you expect the students to have their own laptops. And they would probably have found an internet connection, no? So they will not be, you cannot find them in, well, who knows? You might find them in Starbucks, who knows? No? They do they meet you in class in Starbucks. So, maingay din dun. Paano mo makokontrol yung, nandun ng Wi-Fi, libre, pag kumain kami, meron kang Wi-Fi, so why not? No? So we forgot the atmosphere actually. And we have to be keep thinking about that. All right. Objectives. You're familiar with instructional objectives. And I'm sure you have met this, no? Bloom's taxonomy, 1956, the year I was born, revised by Anderson and Krathwohl in 2001. And then there's another person, a lady, Quelmalz, and she devised also her own taxonomy, and Marzano quite recently, okay, Robert Marzano, his own taxonomy. In 1982, it's an old one by Biggs and Collis, Australian educators, no? Solo, structure of observed learning outcomes. So Benjamin Bloom, 1956, this is how he sort of conceptualize the skills: knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. And then came now Anderson, I think it's John Anderson, and Krathwohl. Krathwohl worked with Benjamin Bloom in developing the taxonomy for affective domain, I think. So, but then Anderson and him worked on a revision of the original Bloom's taxonomy in 2001. So instead of using nouns, they said we should use verbs, because it's the verbs actually what the student should be able to do, no? Remembering, understanding for comprehension, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. So ito lang naman, they switched, okay, evaluation and creation, or synthesis and evaluation, and said, wow, creating something new is a much higher skill, no? It's a more complex skill than evaluating. Okay, so, but anyway, this is where we are in 2001, and many seem to have adapted the 2001 revision of Anderson and Krathwohl. Okay, simply recall, let's try to remember what the Bloom's taxonomy, the skills are, no, specifically. And we have remembering, recalling facts and basic concepts. Understanding is explaining ideas or concepts. Applying is using information in new situations, dapat new, no, novel situations. Analyzing, drawing connections among ideas. Okay, so analyzing means knowing the parts of a whole and knowing the relationship of the parts. So connections among ideas or among parts of something. Evaluation naman is making judgment, no? Critiquing, it's evaluating, critiquing, weighing things, arguing, defending, judging. So justifying your own stand or decision about something based on maybe some criteria that you have, okay? That is evaluation. And then creating or creation would be producing new or original work. So from mere recall, rote memory, understanding a little bit, using, breaking into parts, and making value judgments, one Anderson and Kraft will say creating something new is the highest level of skill. Okay. Now, Quelmalz naman, Edith Quelmalz, developed her framework of thinking in 1987. Pansinin ninyo, pareho lang halos. Recall, analysis, nilagyan lang niya ng ibang level yung comparison. Meaning, if you can explain how things are similar or how they differ, it's a bit higher, according to her, in terms of cognitive skill, no, in level. Then there's inferencing, inductive and deductive. Inductive is from details, specifics to generalization. And the opposite naman, deductive reasoning would be from generalization to specific applications. So may inferencing din siya. And then evaluation would be her highest. Somewhere here, hindi natin nakita yung creation, no? Wala dito, but not, that is 1987, okay? And then there's Robert Marzano in 1998. Tingnan ninyo, retrieval, same thing as recalling. Comprehension, understanding din yan, no? Integrating, symbolizing. And then meron din siyang analysis. And then he lumped everything else into the last level, highest level, knowledge utilization. How do we use knowledge? Decision making, problem solving, experimenting, investigating. So ito naman yung taxonomy ni Marzano. And then the solo, structure of observed learning outcomes, written in 1982 by Biggs, no? And Collis. These are Australian educators. Nagustuhan ko to kasi simple lang itong solo na to. Tsaka it's a logical, how they call that, sequence, no? Pre-structural, unistructural, multi-structural, relational, and extended abstract. Yung pre-structural niya, the student knows nothing about the concept. Let's say inferential statistics is the concept. So, pwede ako magbigay ng tanong na, on the sheet of paper, write in 5 sentences everything you know about inferential statistics. So, pag sinabi niya halimbawa na inferential statistics is a branch of statistics, that's hardly any definition, no? So, pre-structural, wala siyang alam, no? Kunyari, sabihin niya, inferential statistics is the testing of hypothesis. O kaya sabihin niya na, making generalizations about the population using findings from a sample. So, one concept lang alam niya, isa lang, unistructural. Let's say he says, testing of hypotheses and making generalizations and using statistical tests that are based on probability distributions. O, di tatlo na yun, multi-structural, no? And then higher level, relational, when he can join these three concepts, put them together, integrate them, no? So let's say there is you want to test hypothesis about population, so you collect data from a population and make inferences about the population from a sample using statistical techniques like t-test, f-test, etc., etc. So now the student is able to put together, no, to relate, to connect these concepts. And then now, extended abstract. So, paano kaya yun? Sabihin niya na, inferential statistics is a branch of statistics, like descriptive statistics. It's used for hypothesis testing, for making generalizations about a population from a sample, using statistical tests like t-test, f-test. For example, when I compare an experimental group with a control group, I might give them a test and then subject the results or the test scores into statistical tests like independent t-test. And if the test of probability say that the difference is significant, then I can say that in the population, the students were exposed to whatever intervention will do better than the students who are not exposed to the intervention. So, nagkaroon siya ng extended abstraction. So, if you're using Biggs and Collis's solo, parang ang scoring niyan dun sa essay, no? Di ba sinabi natin, write everything you know about inferential statistics. Kapag wala siya nasulat, ang score niya 0. Pag meron siyang nabanggit na isa lang na konsepto, pwedeng bigyan siya ng 1 point, no? Dito, pagka multi-structure, marami siyang alam, 2 points maybe, or 3 points ish. And then, pag na-connect yung alam niya, yung concepts na yon, 5 points. And then, kapag na-extend pa niya, in-apply niya outside the situation, 7 points. So, actually, itong model ni Biggs and Collis na to, na solo, pwedeng gamitin din yung model ng assessment. Okay? But it's also a model of objectives. Now, somebody came up with a comparison between Bloom's taxonomy, the revised one, and the solo taxonomy. So, parang ganyan ang itsura, no? So, yung pre-structure is way, kasi wala nga alam natin, no? And then, if a person knows one thing, that would be remembering. Kapantay ng remembering. If he knows several things, that would be equal or equivalent to understanding of Bloom's, no? And then if a person can relate, That's applying and analyzing. And finally, if the person can engage in extended abstract, that would be equivalent to evaluating and creating. So I think PNU is using or trying to work on something like this with the depth and I think one research institution in UP, the AFRC, they're trying to explore if they can use this, instead of blooms. But if I were you, I'd experiment on this first before junking Bloom's taxonomy. Kasi useful pa rin naman si Bloom. Kasi napaka-specific. Look, no? Napaka-specific ng kanyang skills. And there are verbs that have been suggested. By the way, those are just verbs. It doesn't mean that if you use the word prepare, it's really applying. It depends on how the word was used and what exactly you are targeting in that particular statement of instructional objective statement. Okay, so there are 4 of those. There is Bloom's taxonomy, and then Quellmos, of course, and Marzano's, and Solo. There could be others, but these are the most popular ones. I just want to share this because I want you to know that Bloom's is not the only taxonomy existing. You may want to explore for your own purposes, depending on the subject you're teaching, the discipline. You want to explore the other taxonomies, no? Now, the sad thing is that we're so focus on cognitive, we forgot that there are 3 domains, no? We don't only have the head, but we also have the heart and the hands, no? Head, heart, and hands. So, cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. No? So, cognitive, mental skills and knowledge, psychomotor skills, familiar tayo dyan. Pero nakalimutan natin yung affective, attitude, and self-knowledge. Okay, and there are taxonomies for these other 2. Merong taxonomy sa affective domain, merong taxonomy sa psychomotor domain. In fact, psychomotor domain, I think there are 3 or 4 taxonomies. So, explore these 2, no? As you continue your teaching in graduate school. So as I mentioned, there's so much emphasis on knowledge of terms, concepts, theories, principles, procedures, or processes, and skills, but we forgot the attitudes and values. Okay, let's look at the competence or competency statements for a helping professional like a guidance counselor. So kailangan meron siyang knowledge and critical understanding of the self, of language and communication, maybe politics, law, human rights, etc. Then he or she must, kung guidance counselor, must know psychologist, therapist, no, social worker, no, basta anybody in helping profession must have skills for autonomous learning skills, analytical critical thinking skills, skills of listening and observing, empathy, flexibility, language, etc. Pero kailangan din yan ng attitudes, no? Openness to cultural otherness, respect, civic-mindedness, and values. Okay, valuing human dignity, cultural diversity, democracy, justice, etc. So, yung 4 na to, KISAVs, ang tawag ng CHED, no? I don't know kung ginagamit pa to ng CHED ngayon. Pero ang tawag nila doon, dati when I was working on a project with them, KISAVs, okay? Knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values. So, I want to also sort of suggest that we don't only measure cognitive skills, terminologies, concepts, theories, processes, and procedures, and skills like psychomotor skills, how to do a particular activity or action or process, how to use a computer, a machine, etc. But we also must measure attitudes and values. Okay? Anong attitudes ang kailangan ng mga estudyante natin para maging successful sila sa work area, sa world of work, no? What values do they need to have in order to be successful in the world of work, okay, as graduate students? All right, what to say? Real thinking skills is not using formulas and solving problems, but it is analytic or analytical thinking, okay? So that when you have a problem like a spilled rice, okay, hindi sila matataranta. Alam nila kung paano masolve itong problema na to. Okay? It's not filling blanks to complete sentences, but it is more of expressing ideas. So yung mga nagtuturo ng communication, it's not filling the blanks in a short answer or multiple choice. No, it is expressing ideas. For example, nagkaroon ng issue. sa work, nagkaroon ng problem. How do they talk about this problem with each other so that they can understand how to solve it? No? Or somebody has an opinion, has a proposal. How can he express his opinion, his proposal? That is what we want the students to know. These are the real thinking skills. Not memorizing dates, places, and names like in history, no? But historical thinking or evidential thinking. Natutunan ko to kay Serena Jo, no? Evidential thinking, looking at evidences, no? And then in science, for example, not memorizing scientific terms, but understanding how scientific processes explain experiences. Trash, for example. Paano nagiging delikado sa buhay natin kapag ganyan ang management natin ng trash? Well, actually, walang management yan. If we treat trash in this way, no? Napakasimpleng bagay yan. Dapat alam natin yan. Actually, dapat elementary pa lang alam natin. Or for example, sewerage. How do we manage the waste coming from, our toilets, etc.? Sewerage is engineering ito, hindi po ba? Okay. Now, meron din pong tinatawag na 21st century skills. I'm not sure if you've heard of this, but there was a partnership for 21st century learning. Nagsimula ito sa MIT, I think, and the professors realized that the students actually didn't know how to solve problems. Marami sila problem yung alam na concepts, pero hindi nila alam paano i-apply. So nagkaroon ng discussion sa mga educators sa US, and then they formed this partnership. And then kumalat na to, napunta yun sa OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development sa Europe, no? And then inadapt na ng World Economic Forum. Can you imagine how powerful the World Economic Forum is? It seeps into every country's lives kasi economics, di ba? So they came up with 3 L's or 3 sets of skills, LLLL. Learning skills, literacy skills, and life skills. Ano ba to? Well, sa learning skills, critical thinking. Ito yung how to handle information and subject matter, no? Creativity, how to solve problems using innovative means. Collaboration, working together, learning together, no? Communication, how to share what you know with others. Learning skills yan. And then, meron din silang tinatawag na literacy skills. Ano ba daw ito? Understanding information in the way it is presented. For example, if a student is presented with a graph or a table, he should be able to understand what the graph means. You should be able to interpret that, no? And then media, how to distinguish true news and false news, no? False news, marami, o fake news, no? Yan. And then technology, skills in handling or managing technology. From a cell phone to a tablet to laptop. And navigating the internet particularly, no, mga search engines, etc. And then life skills, I think tinatawag na soft skills, flexibility, you can adjust to different situations. Because naman you might teach it in classroom, the environment is perfect, everything is provided, but when they go to the field, they may not have the resources, no, they may have to try to solve the lack of resources in some way. Okay, they may have to be resourceful. Okay, leadership. Okay, minsan may pangyayari kailangan ng taong mag-lead, no? Somebody who will give directions, no? So leadership, and then sometimes also somebody kasama din sa leadership, someone who will take the initiative, take the first step. May problema, for example. I'm not sure if you are a K-drama fans, but there's a K-drama, All of Us Are Dead. I think parang ganun yung punto doon, no? Somebody will have to take the initiative, okay? And take the leadership. And of course, productivity. We cannot be just mere consumers of things. We need to be able to produce something, okay? Produce something with our time. And then lastly, mga people skills, social skills daw, empathy, sympathy, kindness, respect, etc. Kapwa, mga kapwa. Skills. So when you think of what to teach your students, please include not only Bloom's taxonomy, but the real thinking skills, and also see if the 21st century skills can apply to your students. Because you said you want to have quality education. We want to be able to provide quality education, global education. So we need to be able to respond to this. Any moment dumating yung ating mga assessors, yung nag-ano ng ating standards, no? You can share that this is part of your, content of your classroom if you're teaching. You want to teach them the 21st century skills. Okay, now let's go to the second part of the triangle, the teaching methods, teaching strategies. How do you impart knowledge? Okay, before we do that, let's talk about cognitive learning theories. Okay, there are 7. Okay, and why do I want to share this? Because ito na ang nangyari sa online eh. Kung ang alam ng mga guro ay puro teaching methods, technical skills, di ang nangyari ngayon, yung dating ginagawa sa face-to-face classroom, nahirapan lahat mag-online. Okay? Kasi wala yung foundational theories. Okay? So kung alam lang natin ay pedagogical or andragogical skills, teaching methods, how? Patay tayo kapag nagkaroon ng problema, kagaya ngayon. No? Paano tayo kung halimbawa gagawing hybrid ang mga classes? Okay? So we have to have some foundations, no? Theories yan. Okay? I was lucky that in undergraduate psychology, our discussions in classes were not opinions, not even observations of people, but theories. We were quoting theory of Bandura, si Pavlov, si Skinner. Lahat yan pinag-uusapan. We own those theories and we use those theories to explain student behavior. So let's look at these 7 theories. 7 lang na, marami na. But I'd like to give a key word. So the first one is constructivism. Okay? Knowledge is created, learners make meaning of what we teach. So hindi lahat ng tinuturo natin kuha ng estudyante. Okay, they only pick what them is meaningful, right? And they make sense of what we teach them. The second theory is related to that, meaningfulness. How students can own the knowledge, how they can link it with problem solving. They must be able to find some use of that knowledge. And usually it is problem solving or decision making. Third theory, let us understand the students differ. Merong individual differences. They're not the same. Okay, they differ in learning styles, attention spans, memory skills, developmental paces, and last but not least, intelligence level. So meron tayong bright, very bright, meron din tayong mga struggling, no? We have students who are very active, who will go and do the work right away, pero meron ding mga nahihirapan. They are like, slowly getting there. Maybe we have students who are highly motivated. We have students who are not so motivated at all. So we have to recognize that they differ individually. In fact, meron nga si Gardner ng 8 intelligences or 9 na ngayon. No? Visual, spatial. Some students like, visual materials. Some students like to read. Some students like to talk to people. They like socializing with fellow classmates or classmates. Some people like to work alone by themselves. Mas happy sila kapag nag-iisa sila. Meron din namang mahilig sa mga numbers, no? Bigyan mo ng problem, ang bilis-bilis ma-solve yung mathematical problem. Diba? Meron din musical. Lahat sa kanila ay puro music. They love music. Wala kamatayang music. And then some, maybe they don't like to read, but they like to dance, no? They like to dance. So, physical man, kinesthetic learner. And then we have, dinagdag to ni Gardner, quite naturalistic. People like to study living things, nature, stuff like that. Meron pa din ngayong additional na intelligence siya. Okay. Ginawa na yata niyang 9. I'll explain later. I think there's a slide on that. Now, fourth, standards, expectations. No? We must have clear standards. We must be able to show a model of acceptable responsive work. So wag lang sabihin natin, class, I want you to do a financial statement, or class, I want you to prepare a report, etc., etc. Class, I want you to prepare a book report, or whatever. Show them what is an acceptable product, okay? And tell them what are the criteria that you're looking for. Make sure the expectations are clear. I'm not sure if you've heard of Pygmalion in the classroom. It's an old, maybe kung bata pa kayo, you have not heard, you were not born in 1968. No? I was born in 1956. So this was taught to us in UP, no? The Pygmalion in the classroom. Pygmalion, if you haven't heard of Pygmalion, in the Greek mythology, it's a Cypriot, Cyprus, no? From Cyprus, Cypriot sculptor, was a loner, couldn't date. So he created a statue, okay? And the statue was so beautiful. He wanted to marry the statue. Kaya alam, made of stone or marble ba yun siya. So, pinangalanan niya Galatea. And then, as the story goes, kwento lang naman to Greek mythology, one time na sa isang event or whatever, nakasama si Aphrodite. And so, Pygmalion asked Aphrodite a request. Sabi niya, can you bring this statue to life? And sure enough, nabuhay yung statua. And so they lived happily ever after. That's the story. Now, itong Pygmalion in the classroom, kumbaga, parang you get what you wish. Parang ganun ang story ng Pygmalion na yan and Galatea. Now, when it was applied in the classroom in the 1968 classic work, I hope you get this, you read this. If you're a teacher, read this, please. Look it up. Nasa internet yan. Libre yan siya. Look it up in Google Scholar by Rosenthal and Jacobson. Ano yung sabihin nito? Well, whatever the teacher believes in about his or her students, yun ang magdidictate ng action niya toward the students. So kung may high expectations ka, you would have high regard for your students. And whatever the teacher does or says in the classroom, ito mag-feed ngayon into the belief system of the students. So if the teacher believes in them, they will also believe in themselves. If they believe in themselves, it will redound to action. So they will do their best in their work because they believe that they can do it, no? So they will say, oh, okay, I can do it, I'll do it. And therefore, yung kanilang mga actions, reciting in class, doing the homework, submitting on time, etc., doing excellent paper, it will now feed into the outcomes. And the outcomes again will feed into the teacher's beliefs about the student. So kumbaga, you get what you wish. You get what you expect. Ang tawag nila doon ay self-fulfilling prophecies. So if you say, kaya niyo yan, I think you can do it, you have the talent, your ability, etc., they will actually come up to our expectations. And it's happened to me kasi I taught in Philippine Science High School, no, my first job as a guidance counselor, 1983. Meron niya sa faculty center. As maririnig mo to sabi ng teacher, oh yeah, this year, naku, nasa section ko si John, let's call him John. And John happens to be the top students in first year, no? So, syempre, expectation ng teacher si John, ay magaling din sa klase niya. Bagay, may tawag din doon, halo effect, no? Pero kumbaga, kung ano yung outcomes niya, nung first year siya, previous year, yun din ang mag-feed sa belief ng teachers. So, meron din kami nun, don't quote me on this, obviously recorded, but meron din kami mga batches ng students na sabi na, ang galing-galing ng batch na yan, ang sisipag nitong mga batch na itong mga estudyante sa Philippine Science. Meron din naman problematic na batch, no? Sakit sa ulo, parang gano'n. So, these things can really affect students' behavior, whatever it is that we believe about them. So, yun lang naman ang lesson dyan, no? Expectations will actually redound to outcomes. So, anong rule dyan? Let's expect high of our students, that they will do well. Okay? So, expectations, clear expectations. And then, next theory, management of learning, okay, or knowledge. Teach them how to adapt, how to use, how to apply knowledge in real life, okay? And then there's also the social components, another theory. Remember that motivation, effort, and self-esteem feed into learning. So a student who's motivated, who puts effort, and has high self-esteem will be somebody who will do well in class. So we need to beef this up. Importante lang yun, yung kung bumagsak man siya sa isang exam, first quiz or first periodical exam or first midterms exam, we should be able to beef him up and tell him that you can do better. Kasi if we keep on, discouraging him, he or she might leave school eventually. So affective components, and then lastly, social components. Believe you me, there is a reason for having team and group work. No? They learn from each other. So please take note of the importance of peer evaluation, peer assessment. Okay, they can influence each other. In fact, when I was teaching statistics and I was teaching, I think correlational analysis, correlation, coefficient, Pearson. I taught them through the board, and I made an example in the board, and some still could not grasp it. So what I did was to pair them up together. And my classroom was so noisy. Ang ingay talaga ng classroom kasi nag-uusap sila, no? But I listened, and looked around and listened to their conversations. And there were questions they were asking each other. So it's possible that they will not ask us the question, but they will ask it to each other. And they will learn from each other. Baka ang mangyari pa nga, they learn better through each other. Not so much through me. No? So that's something that you should take into consideration. So 7 theories: constructivism, meaningfulness, individual differences, expectations, knowledge management, affective components, and social components. Let's take this into consideration when we plan our lessons. No? So constructivism, meaningfulness, individual differences, expectations, management of knowledge, affective components, and social components. The nature of learning. Learning is constructed or created. Learners make meaning out of what they are taught. To be effective, instructions must have the active involvement of the learner. Kailangan mag-participate siya. That's why I'm happy that you're concerned about participation of the learner. And guess what? The most important aspect is that they should be self-directed. And actually, itong self-direction na to, ito yung na-highlight sa online learning. Kasi they no longer had the teacher with them, supervising them. They had to do things on their own. They had to try to understand the instructions on their own. So, kailangan natin ng self-directed learners. Now, online teaching. You can do traditional presentation of lessons using PowerPoint, lecturing, but please also, I think, we need to carefully consider the pacing. Mixed with student participation. So let them read the texts and occasionally ask them check-up questions. Okay? Then if you can, upload or share the slides, your slides after the lecture. PDF nga lang. Ako, sisimplihan ko, tsaka PDF. Help them break up into small group discussion. Gamitin natin breakout rooms for the small group discussions with a facilitator or a group leader. Then let's use of asynchronous time. Give them the readings or the list of materials to read or video clips. There are 3 hours usually for a 3-unit course. 3 hours a week, no? So in this school where I have been teaching in the past, I would lecture only for 2 hours. And then the 3rd hour is on their own. Asynchronous na siya. So I'm expecting that on their own, they're reading materials, doing their assignments. Okay? Watching video clips that I have chosen for them. Now, tingnan din natin itong learning pyramid. These are the strategies of teaching, teaching strategies. And look which one is going to redound to the highest percentage of learning. When a student teaches others, when a student is teaching his or her classmates, passing on the knowledge, or your graduate students are teaching their students, then they have 90% doubt, okay, of learning happening. If they are practicing, doing things, applying what you're learning, then 70%, 75%. Discussion, 50%, demonstrating, 30%, audiovisual materials, 20%, reading, 10%, and our lecturing, 5%. So I don't mean that we stop the lecturing, but we need to combine lecture with other approaches, other strategies. Yun ang lesson itong learning pyramid na to. So standardized course structure. What do you mean by that? I'm not sure if you have course packs or course information booklets. These are descriptions of the courses with the schedule of class meetings, week by week schedule, list of assignments, kompleto na, requirements, deadlines, lecture notes, resources, no, reading lists, supplementary materials, and copies of the presentations. Okay, I will show you an example in a while. Also, modularizing course content. In other words, divide your course into modules so that you can deliver each module week by week. And then student participation too, through recitation, sharing, small group discussions, etc. No? So I hope that you can, let me share with you, stop sharing here and just share with you a little bit of what we had done. Course information book. Okay, let me share with you one of the course information books. Let me go back to my and share with you. Okay, I hope I'm not. Okay lang yan, kasi UP naman magpapalit tayo. Do you see my screen now? Yes. Can I hear your feedback? Do you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do you see in my screen?
Jigsaw puzzle.
Huh?
It's the Psych 220 research methodology, issues and problems.
Okay, very good. Thanks to Sir Jay Yakat of UP. So, ito yung kanyang course pack. Okay, Psych 220. So, meron siyang ganyan, introduction. Of course, that course number, the title, no? And then, meron siyang description, student outcomes. I wonder kung in PUP, do you have something similar to this? May I know? Meron ba? Anybody, please? Meron ba kayong ganito?
We have, yes, ma'am, we have instructional materials,
No,
modules.
but yeah. Is it put together like this? Or are they independent of each other?
No, we have one complete course pack for
Okay.
every course.
Okay, so I don't need to explain all this, no? So you have something like that, no? The topic every week, okay, and the list of the reading materials. Actually, this helps the students, you know, if you standardize reading. So if you have course packs like this, it will help the students navigate through your course kahit na online. Isa sa mga bagay sa mga online teaching natin ay yung uncertainty kung ano nangyayari. Remember nung face-to-face tayo, I don't know if you're like me, no, I would adjust my teaching week by week, no? Ito sa online, kailangan naka-standard na every week yung talaga ang i-deliver natin. So, we need to be able to follow this. Kasi kung hindi, mawiwindang yung mga estudyante natin. We give them an entire course already with so that they know what they're in for. No? They can plan their time too. Especially kung mahirap ang signal. So, may mga requirements na nandito. Schedules like that, no? And then how to connect with the teacher, email, consultation time, and other policies very clear, especially academic dishonesty, okay, etc., well-being, etc. So, and then guidelines for how to do certain activities or certain requirements. So, meron ng klaro na guideline. Ang course pack niyo po ba ay may ganito din? Mga guidelines, pati rubric, no? There's a rubric for the evaluation of activities or performance in class. Okay, so if you have something like this, then, well, yes, continue to do it, and that would help you navigate through the course. You have the students navigate through the course. There's another one, which is what I used in FEU. They call it naman differently, no? They call it course information booklet. So, andito the same thing, no? Course, a title, and then there's a table of contents, and then the description of the course, synopsis, etc., goals, expected learning outcomes, and then some policies, assessment methods, the grading procedures also here, and also policies on academic integrity. Kaya meron silang Turnitin, yung software na yon. And then also references, and then the schedule, no? So every week, what's the coverage, and then what are the assignments, okay? And then the spread of the grade, okay? So it's it's something that the students can use as a way of navigating through through the course, no, in the whole semester. Okay, let me continue. Go back to my PowerPoint. Okay. Allow students to spend time for study. So we should be able to, should be able to give them time for study. And ito yung asynchronous class time. And then teach study aids and resources like pre-recorded lectures, review materials, practice, exercises, problems as with solutions, and then feedback on assignments, prompt and substantial, and keep your communication lines open, emails, Facebook Messenger, cell phone. And somebody suggested in an article I read in relation to this session, the seminar, meron siyang Ask Me forum. The teacher opens the, let's say, Zoom for an hour, and then the students can come and ask any question about requirements and things like that. Okay, so if I have time, let me look at the 301. So let me share again. Okay, can you see my screen now? Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can see.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano po ang nakikita nyo? Ano po nakikita nyo?
Yung mga files po.
Okay, very good. So this is for a course I taught. So I organized the files in a folder. So I have about the course, everything about the course. Okay, mga class schedule, etc. Books and readings, nandyan lahat. Okay, then there's also class meetings every week. I put a folder for every week. O no class. Tsaka yung mga materials na ginamit for every week. This helps me, no? And then up to the last day, okay? Final exam, etc. Okay? And then it helps me, also it helps me navigate also myself. And examinations, okay, may folder dyan. And then student submissions, okay? So every student has his or her own folder. So mahirap to kung madami tayong estudyante, really. But anyway, this is one of the things that I did. And then worksheets, okay? So I have some worksheets here. For example, okay, let me shift to another one. Of course, this is all new to us. So what I mean is because it's all new to us, we're adjusting, no? Definitely, we're making adjustments all the time. So let me share, where is the word? Okay, let's see. It's a challenge. It's a challenge for me. Wait. Maybe it's not. Sige, let me just show the worksheets here. So to help the students, I prepare worksheets already for them, no? So they fill up the worksheets like this, and then it's in Word. So all they have to do is fill it up, and then they submit it in PDF. Okay, so that's another, nakikita po ba? Yung Word file, nakikita po ba? Yung Word file? Are you able
Not, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Nasa list of files pa rin po.
Nasa list of files. All right, let me try to navigate. Medyo mahirap sa Zoom, ano? Kasi, okay, let's see if I can navigate. Okay. Ito ba yun? All right. Ito po, sir. Nakikita na?
Yes po.
Okay. So, yung sabi kanina na find out, no, yung connectivity nila. I have an information sheet that I pass on. I email to the students and they fill it up. And then I ask these questions. What gadget will you be using? And then please describe the status of your internet connectivity. Ito nakita ko, I need to ask them this. So, meron silang information sheet about themselves, their work, their degree program, marital status. Kasi kung may asawa o kaya may anak, no, you have to be considering that. Also, and then I ask a question, nakikita po ba? Aside from class time, how much time can you put in for the readings? Nakikita po ba ito?
Yes, ma'am. Opo.
So, consultation time. Ewan ko kung meron kayong ganitong information sheet for the students. So, they fill this up. Marami akong question. Kung minsan, pwede rin itong diagnostic test, no? So, I can pass on, like, for example, if this is a course on research. So, I can give them the terms and then they can rate, no? Kung ano, they know a lot, some, not at all. And then I ask them to give their idea about the terms. So, parang diagnostic test din ito sa kanila. Alright? Information sheet. And then there's also how do you call sorry, ito siguro I'm going ahead of my time, but anyway, it's an example for midterm examination that I gave. Okay, so for midterm examination, okay, so I have instructions here, very clear, anong font size ang gagamitin, and ito yung aking solution para sa cheating, no? We use this when I was attending the University of Virginia. Meron kami honor code. And I just applied it here when I returned to the country. On my honor, I have neither given nor received any information on this exam. And they attach their electronic signature. Somehow, when we give this kind of a parang procedure, no, in the test, parang they'll be conscious, no, na wala dapat cheating sa klase. Actually, what I do sometimes is this. If I give the examination to them, like the classes on Saturday, no, next week yung schedule ng exam, I'll give these questions this Saturday and tell them to go over the questions, okay, like this, no? Read the questions carefully in advance, think about them, and write notes. Okay, but once they're ready to write, they need to spend one single time of no more than 3 hours. So, kumbaga, pwede silang mag-notes, mag-prepare, pero kapag sinimulan na nila ang pagsagot, kailangan dire-diretso 3 hours. Okay, so you can give them this time frame, no? Answering. Now, I don't know if one said na, do you sort of invigilate them in class so they come to your class online and then they answer on their tables? May mga ganon, no? Pero sabi nyo nga, mahirap i-monitor kung lahat sila ganon. So if you're a bit worried, maybe you can use this particular procedure. Just give them, instruction that they will swear or they will sort of sign to this honor statement that they have neither given nor received any information in the exam. This can be one procedure. Now, nandito na rin lang ako. I used a matching exercise type question for this class. So, instructional objectives, so sama-sama na dito lahat, cognitive, affective, psychomotor. And then I listed the how do you call that? The specific name of the skill or level. And they write the answer here. Actually, sa totoo lang, kahit pwede silang mag-open ng mga sources sa internet, they couldn't find this kasi iba-iba to. It's not found in the internet. They can review in the internet.
Ma'am?
They could not find. Yes, po.
We are still seeing the student's profile.
Oh, sorry.
Po. We are still in the Word file. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, nasa Word file pa. Okay, sorry. Does it mean that I have to navigate every Word document? Ito, sir, nakita na ba?
Yes po, yes. Okay.
Midterm examination po ito. So, ito yung sasabi ko na merong rule yan. Usually, the midterm, whatever I ask them to do is in Word para they'll just fill it up. And then, I ask them to convert it to PDF. Para walang sabihan na, ay, nilagay ko po dyan, pero, nagtatry na lumusot ba? Okay, so kailangan pag-submit sa akin PDF para hindi ko magalaw, tsaka walang denial. So ito yung sasabi ko na, on my honor, I have neither given nor received any information in the exam. And then they just attach their electronic signature. So gagawa sila ng electronic signature. Simple lang naman yun, susulat nila, capture nila sa camera, tapos ilagay na as JPEG, no? Attach lang nila dyan. And then, here's my instruction because you cannot help it, no? So I give the examination like a week in advance. So they can think about it, write notes. They can even Google the internet or search the internet, no? They can make notes. But once they start answering, they have to dedicate a particular period, no more than 3 hours. So if I do this and then they sign up to this, no? Ito yung kanilang honor, or I follow the instructions here, pwede idagdag dito, no? Then, let's just stop them from, cheating or any other activity that might lead them to some kind of an advantage.
Boy.
Alright? And here's an example of a matching exercise. Nakikita po ba? So, match the instructional objective with the term. Okay? So, ang hirap gawin ito, pero I tell you, hindi rin nila nakuha ito eh. Kasi hindi naman nila ito makikita sa internet. So, my point is that, let us not give them questions that are, to which the answers can be found in the internet. No? So, bigyan natin sila mga application questions, thinking questions. Like this, for example, no? This was a class on teaching method, assessment methods pala ito. Okay, so nakikita po ba ito? Teacher Alex, nakikita po ba? Nakikita po ba, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So instead of asking them, list the, describe, list the assessment, I gave him scenarios. Okay, so I gave scenarios and I asked them to identify the appropriate assessment method, explain it, and then to even give samples of items. So itong situation na to, hindi na ito makikita sa internet. Kahit na anong gawin nilang paghahanap, wala ito sa internet. O baka meron, pero it will be hard to find. Okay, so meron din akong limit kasi syempre kung maraming estudyante, limit natin yung answer nila. Okay, 5 sentences at most. Okay. And then, mga situations. I gave them situations. Okay, and then opinions questions or analysis questions. Okay, and I rate them a rubric in terms of the correct answer. So, I think I'll go back to my slides and then after let me wrap up this particular session or part of the presentation. Nakikita po ba ang slides? Kita na yung slides?
Yes,
Balik tayo
ma'am.
sa slides. Okay. So, some guidelines. Please remember that the attention span is shorter. So, huwag nating patatagalin. Kaya ngayon 2 hours, okay na yata yun. Understand also the unique setup of online classes. The learning environment. So, maingay siguro kung nasan sila, no? Meron din silang mga nanay, baka at the same time they're attending your class, they're also cooking their dinner, whatever, no? And then ask for issues about gadget and internet connection. Tanungin niyo sa mga estudyante. And also the part of the fear, I think, and anxiety is that there's uncertainty of many things. So if you have a course pack already, then it will minimize their anxiety. Alam nila kung kailan due ito, alam nila kung ano i-discuss sa meeting na to ng klase. No? Lahat naka-schedule. So since instructions and lectures and messages are electronically delivered, it is necessary to keep them simple, brief, direct, or straight to the point and clear. Okay? We need to do that. And maximize synchronous online sessions by focusing discussions on essential topics, understanding, application, and integration. So, wag na tayong magtanong ng mga facts, etc., etc. No? Kaagad, assume na natin alam nila yung basic concepts. And then, we just lead them into understanding, applying, and integrating the lessons. Okay? Keep your teacher-student lines open, your communication lines open, but set the boundaries. Kaya akong boundary ko, I must tell you that if I receive email after 5 o'clock on Saturday, I will not respond to it until Monday morning, 8 o'clock. So may ganun para meron din silang awareness na hindi sila, they will not badger you. I had a student who sent me 3 emails because she was wondering why I was not responding. But that was Sunday, you know. Saturday evening, she sent her paper at around 8 o'clock. And then I saw 3 emails from her Monday morning, no? Ulit-ulit. So give them this kind of a instruction. Okay? And then also engage them in online. Help them discuss with you. And then practice sound classroom management. Kasama din po yan. Explicit, well-defined policies, guidelines, instructions, logical, reasonable, flexible arrangement and sequencing of topics. Huwag naman nating information overload. Like what maybe I'm doing now. No? Meaningful and feasible assignments. And I remember ito sa psychology, sa MA course ko, I think it was Sir Jay Yakat who was saying, kamusta kayo ngayon? Kaya mo niyo pa ba ang mga requirements? So, tinatanong niya kami every meeting. Sa simula pa lang ng meeting namin, how are you all today? How was your week? Etc. Okay, so assign students to summarize, to lead discussions, to clarify points, and then ask follow-up questions. Okay, organize your classroom and yourself, organize your class by preparing ahead of time. So kung merong course pack, yan, no? Ready na. So kasama sa course pack yung mga course expected learning outcomes. Ito, napakita ko na to. Saan manggagaling yung grade nila. Okay. And then, how do you call that? Directions for class facilitation. Kasi I asked them to lead class discussions. Mga directions. And then, the schedule of exams para parati ko nire-remind para handa sila. List of assignments, klaro din. And then some details on final paper like test report. Okay. And then other matters like this is a demand, no? So, ito naman hindi ito explicit, no? Parang implicit lang. For every hour, the student has to put in 1 hour of his time. So parang ganun yung exchange deal. 3 hours in my class, 3 hours of study time also. And then readings, etc. And then before I end the presentation, I have these things to do before the next meeting. Reminders na ulit-ulit ito. Okay? So I think I gave an example of a worksheet already. Nasa Word yun. Okay. Example of a worksheet. Yeah. Like that, table of specification. So I provide them some kind of templates for them not to use. Nakikita po ba yung Word?
Yes, ma'am. We can
Template
see
po,
po.
table of specification. So meron na silang title ng course, name nila, etc. And then yung title ng requirement na yan. And then I'll just give them the spaces they can put it in here. And then they convert it to PDF before submitting to me. Para walang sisihan, no? Nilagay ko po dyan eh. But, so, I ask them to convert to PDF para hindi ko nagagalaw. Baka inadvertently nagagalaw ko. Meron ako nagbubura, nadidelete, etc. Okay? So, there are other worksheets like that I do. In fact, all of the assignments have worksheets, no? For example, instructional objectives. Yan, no? Nakikita po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Nakikita po ba yan? So, fill up lang nila to. Word ito, so copy and paste. And then they submit it again, as I mentioned, so lahat yon meron ng affective domain, psychomotor. Binibigyan ko na silang space para doon nila isusulat yung mga sagot nila. Okay, what else? Okay, sa administration naman, on the part of the administration, this is what we like the administration to help us, no, in terms of how to navigate of course, we're teaching online kung saan na pwede. Okay, let's see. I'm lost. Sorry. Share screen. Okay. So, administratively, it is helpful if the administration can provide technical support for not only the students but also the teachers. So, kung pwede yung gadget o kaya yung internet connection man lang. And then training, no? And limited class size. I read in one article that the max, I think, is 25. So if you can follow this suggestion, there are many articles in the internet on online teaching. Okay, let's take a short break, shall we? About 10 minutes break, if it's okay with you. And then we'll continue after 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, po,
thank
Dr.
you.
Nava.
Okay.
Alright, so as requested by our speaker, Dr. Nava, we will have 5 to 10 minutes
5-minute break.
health break. 5-minute health break.
5-minute break. Okay, thank you. Let's come at around
See you all in 5
3:05 or 3:06 by my watch, or 3 o'clock. Tama na ba? 3:05. Thank you.
Okay po. Thank you, Dr. Nava.
We will not
So
leave,
see you
but
all
we'll
guys.
just we will not leave, but we'll just turn off our
Ah.
camera and our ano.
Yes. So let's see each other in around 5 minutes. So you can just go to the restroom and maybe take a quick break, have a snack, and after 5 minutes, we'll go back to the talk of Dr. Nava.
Welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines is a government higher educational institution governed by Republic Act No. 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. PUP was established in 1904 as Manila Business School. In 1908, it was renamed as Philippine School of Commerce or PSC and merged with Philippine Normal School from 1936 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed to Philippine College of Commerce or PCC in 1952. On April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into the Chartered State University, now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, by virtue of Presidential Decree No. 1341, issued by the President of the Republic of the Philippines. For more than 100 years, PUP has been a partner of the government in providing quality, globally competitive, and industry-responsive education to bright, deserving students.
Pinakamura ang matrikula sa PUP.
Pinakamababang tuition sa buong bansa, 12 pesos kada unit.
With the lowest tuition for tertiary education, qualified faculty members, efficient administrative staff, goal-oriented leaders, and industry-responsive curricula that is at par with international standards, PUP has earned a reputation of one of the country's top higher education institutions. As an epistemic community, PUP is consistent with its commitment to produce quality graduates in various fields of specialization, working toward its goal of becoming the first national polytechnic university in the country. With 22 branches and campuses spread across Luzon, serving more than 70,000 students, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines offers more than 80 programs in the graduate and undergraduate levels. It also offers distance learning through the Open University system, technical and professional programs in the area of business and distributive arts, education and the social sciences related to the fields of commerce, business administration, and other polytechnic areas. The commitment of its leadership, faculty, staff, students, alumni, and partners has formed the cornerstone of this university that has exceeded expectations with every generation of the graduates it has produced since its establishment. Today, PUP has gone far from what it was more than a century ago, but what remains is PUP's mission to continue to be the government's partner in nation building and in poverty alleviation of the marginalized sector of society. With quality, responsive, and relevant education as a tool. PUP, the first polytechnic university.
Sorry,
right.
they need more time.
Go ahead, Dr. Nava. You may now proceed.
Okay. Okay na tayo?
Yes, ma'am.
Ready na
Thank you.
tayo? Okay. So I hope everybody got some coffee. Okay, let's have some check-up time. Okay, before we continue. Check-up time. Meron ba tayong mga volunteers? Name the 3 domains of learning. Anyone? Ano ba yung domains ng learning natin? HHH. Okay, C, A, and P. Anybody? Naririnig ba ako? What are the 3 domains of learning? Anybody? Ay, wala. Nawala ba ang connection ko? Nawala ba ang connection ko? Hello? Are you still there?
Cognitive, affective, and psychomotor po.
Okay, sino po yun? Pakiulit.
Cognitive, affective, and psychomotor.
Okay, thank you. All right. How about this? What are the 6 cognitive skills of Bloom? Meron bang naka-memorize niyan? Okay, we need to memorize things, in order for us to apply them. It's a must if we are teachers. At least para pag nag-uusap tayo, alam natin yan. Let's begin with the basic. Kahit na yung original Bloom.
Is it the classic? Yes, ma'am. Yung classic po ba ito?
Classic, sige, classic. Begin with the basic, with the simplest.
Is it knowledge from knowledge?
Knowledge. C.
Comprehension.
A.
Application.
Another A.
Analysis.
Okay, and then S.
Synthesis.
And E.
And evaluation.
Very good. Okay, sana kung ma-memorize natin yan, mga kapwa ako guro, no? Okay, now state at least 1 cognitive theory. Anong naalala nyo dun sa mga cognitive theories? There are 7 of them. What was the most striking theory? Naalala nyo ba yon? Yung 7? Or what is the thing that struck you the most? Anybody? Can we have 3 or 4 share? Kung meron akong listahan ng participants, estudyante ko, yung magtatawag na ako talaga. Sabihin ko, Miss Cruz. Okay, next, Mr. Okay, anybody? Just share.
Please feel free po to unmute. You can just directly unmute po and answer the questions of Dr. Nava.
Feel free. Nandun tayo sa last question. At least 1 cognitive theory. Anong naalala nyo dun sa na-share ko na cognitive theory? So, ano yung naalala nyo dun sa sharing ko ngayong nakaraang isang oras? Isang oras at kalahati. 1:30. Anybody? What struck you the most? Meron ba sa chat? Tingnan ko lang kung meron sa chat. Constructivism? Yeah, very good. Ano pa? We're not allowed to omit kasi hindi makasagot. Okay, sorry. Create, okay. Okay, ano pa po? Cognitive, affective, social. Yun yung domain, ano? Cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. Okay, yung 3 domain. And then, cognitive, affective, psychomotor. Okay, ano pa yung naalala nyo? Pwede ilagay sa chat kasi hindi pala kayo allowed, no?
Individual differences.
Individual differences.
Individual differences.
Yes, nice. Okay. And ano pa?
Meaningfulness.
Meaningfulness. Good. Isa naglagay dito, knowledge management, critical thinking. Okay. Ano pa yung naalala nyo sa discussion natin? Siyempre, kanya-kanya, no? Ang naalala ko, what strikes you the most? Ang mahalaga, you take home with you from our session something. Real thinking skills. I'm glad somebody mentioned that. Okay. Ano pa po?
Expectations.
Expectations. Yan. Naalala niyo sa Pigmalion. Okay. Expectations natin sa mga estudyante natin. Okay. Kaya kung minsan, if you're like me, Pigmalion. Actually, Pigmalion in the classroom. Hindi po siya theory. The theory is expectations. Pero yung story niya, Pygmalion in the classroom, yung work ni Jacobson. Tsaka, ano pa? Life skills, yes. Nakuha nyo yun sa 21st century skills, ano? Diba? So if you're really wanting to have a global education program, then we need to really know what they're talking about. Kailangan nating makisama sa conversation sa world, no? So if whatever you're teaching, kaya nga nandito yung industry academe links, ano, nakalagay sa inyong sa inyong mission vision. We need to be able to try to link with industry. Okay? All right? Sige. Let's continue na lang. And then, thank you po dun sa mga nag-share. We will hear the others later. Let's go to the third part of the triangle assessment. Finding out what students have learned. Okay? So, paano ba to? And some of you have done very nicely. But before we do that, can we please agree on a definition of terms, no? Kasi kung minsan assessment, the same as measurement, testing, kung ano nang ginagamit. So let's have a definition of terms muna. Assessment is a mere, not mere, pero it's a description of the person or group with respect to a particular characteristic, status, or condition. So pag sinabi mong may so and so, paki-assess mo nga itong applicant sa graduate school. So when you say assess, you can do a lot of things, no? One is you can interview, or actually unang-una muna assess, you can observe ang kanyang demeanor, yung stature niya, yung appearance niya, no? Okay, mukha bang qualified to na mag-graduate student, no? So you can observe or you can interview, ask questions. What's your name? Where did you graduate from? What would you like to do? Interview. Or you can give them a test. In UP, we have what we call MATE, Master's Admission Test in Education. And sa doctoral naman, DATE, Doctoral Admissions Test in Education, which we wanted to combine to compose the GATE, Graduate Admissions Test in Education. Ewan ko kung ano nangyari doon. No? Pero we MATE first before we DATE to enter the GATE. So, Master's Admission Test. So, when you say assessment, you simply describe the person and you can do a lot of things. Observe, interview, or give a test, no? Okay, look at records. Pwede rin yun. You can look at the transcript of records sa undergraduate. So assessment is a description of a person. Okay? Whereas measurement, ito na yung medyo higher level, is the assignment of numbers to characteristics, or in short, quantification. Now, when you say, I asked the person 10 questions and he was able to answer 9 out of 10, you're engaged now in measurement. Okay? But if you say, well, from the looks of it, the person has good enough experience and yes, he is qualified as a graduate student. So, nag-measurement ba ako doon? Was I engaged in measurement? No, because I only gave a description. So, technically, I was engaged in assessment. So, some assessments are measurements. In other words, some assessment procedures, we have to use numbers. So then, when we use numbers, that is measurement. Okay? Now, ano naman yung testing? Okay? Testing is simply the presentation of a structured stimuli. Okay? Or standardized procedure. You're familiar with this type of testing, right? Nakikita niyo po ba yung slide ko? Yes?
Yes po.
Yes po. Yes.
Okay?
Yes
so,
po.
ano nakikita nyo? Ano nakikita nyo?
Picture of students na in the classroom.
Good. Okay. Now, that is testing. You're familiar with that, di ba? Face-to-face. This one, alam nyo ba na test ito? Test din ito. When you need a new pair of glasses na sira yung salamin mo o kaya hindi ka na makakita, so saan ka pupunta? Ophthalmologist or optometrist? And susukatan ka. Paano ka susukatan ng grade ng glasses? Well, they ask you to read the Snellen chart. Okay, di ba? Malaki, tapos paliit ng paliit. This is a test. Okay, this one is a test too, isn't it? Blood test. Okay, for lipids. SGPT, SGOT. Alam niyo ba yon? Meron ba nagpapa-blood test? I just had my blood test 2 weeks ago. Okay, I do that every 3 months. Okay, so blood test. And I'm sure you know this. Okay, alam ng ladies yan, no? You see double line, okay? That's your pregnancy test. And then this, some of you may have gone through this type of test. It's called a stress test. Diba? Na alam niyo ba yung stress test? Papatayuin kayo sa treadmill, meron kayong mga electrodes dyan, tapos nakatouch sa computer, and then they speed up the treadmill and you have to catch up, no? You can motion kung hindi mo na kaya. You can tell the person to stop it. Sometimes I have an incline. I've done this maybe 3 or 4 times in my life already. No? Stress test ang tawag dyan. And of course, recently, some of you had to do antigen test. Okay? These are all tests. What make them all tests? Okay? Because there's a structured stimulus or standardized procedure. Okay, lahat yan, kahit saan ka pupunta, ganyan ang test na ibibigay sa'yo. So, a test is the presentation of structured stimuli. And all tests have numbers. Kasi may number of correct answer yan. So, lahat ng test ay measurements. Okay? And then, paano naman ang evaluation? Ano naman kaibahan ng evaluation? Root word is value. So, that's when we make value judgment about the work of a student's work or student's performance. And in school, that is grading. No? In our context of school. So, when you use these terms, dapat alam natin kung ano ang ating tinutukoy. Assessment ba? Measurement ba? Or you're talking about evaluation? Okay? Para we do not mix the terms. No? So, when we're simply describing the performance of somebody, we're engaged in assessment. Now, when we use numbers, we're engaged in measurement. Pero kapag qualitative descriptions, assessment din yun. Kasi qualitative descriptions. Kasi may description, yun nga lang qualitative. Okay? So measurement is when you quantify. Now, a lot of measurements are tests. And when we give a test, there's a structured stimulus or standardized procedure. Can you think of measurement? Meron kayong number, pero hindi siya structured stimulus. Meron kayong number na nilalagay sa gradebook ninyo, pero hindi siya structured stimulus. Hindi siya standardized, pero may number yan. Siguro kasama yan sa grading. Pero can you think of something like that? You're doing measurement, but you are not testing. Anybody? Meron bang gano'n?
Yes. Yes.
Ano po?
Yes.
Yes, ano po yun? You are measuring...
Formative assessment.
Formative assessment. Paano po yung formative assessment?
Different from summative. Yung summative kasi sa mga quizzes. Yung formative,
okay.
Yung mga performance ng estudyante.
Okay, sige po. I-describe po natin yan mamaya. So, but yeah, that's maybe it will qualify. But what about attendance? Di ba nagbibilang tayo ng number of days present? Nagbibilang po ba kayo? Oo, kasi ina-award ko yung attendance eh. Okay, so what's the point of having class kung hindi naman ina-award yung attendance? What's the point? Actually, yun nga ang reason eh. Natin, no? Why we need to make every class meaningful. So that pag absent siya, ang laking kawalan sa kanya na absent siya. So kailangan yung ating discussion profitable. Na sabihin niya, ay sayang nag-absent ako, hindi ko tuloy narinig yung discussion. So kailangan ganun maging valuable sa estudyante natin ang bawat class meeting natin, no matter how short. Kahit 1 hour lang, 1 hour and a half or 2 hours, no? Dapat valuable na pag nag-absent siya, alam niyang malaking kawalan sa kanya yun. Lalo na kung magbabalik tayo sa face-to-face. Anyway, attendance, I count the attendance. Sa UP kasi pagka nag-absent ka ng 20%, consider drop. Ganun katindi, no? So, kailangan present ka ng 80% of the class sessions or else out ka na sa klase. May ganung rule. So, I don't know if you have like that in PUP, but I do count attendance. May number ako dyan. So, kung perfect attendance siya, wow, meron siyang additional 20 points. Pagka isang absent, 2 absent, 18 points lang ang additional niya. Kapag kalahati ng passing absent niya, dapat nakadrop na siya. No? So, I do measure. There are some numbers, but I'm not giving a test. Like yun, counting attendance. Isa yun, no? So, there are some measurements that are not tests. But tests are always measured. Parating may number yung test, no? Wala pa ako nakitang test na walang number. Now, if you add value judgment, that's when you're engaged in evaluation. So I hope you understand, no? Na hindi equivalent itong mga term. Assessment, mere description. You can describe using numbers or words, qualitative. But some measurements are tests. Okay? And now when you add value judgment, you're actually engaged in evaluation. So sabihin mo, he answered 9 out of 10 questions. So that's excellent. So when you say excellent, you're making value judgment already. Okay? That is superior performance. Then you're making value judgment. But if you just say 9 out of 10, ang kanyang percentage ng kanyang score ay 90%, well, you're simply doing measurement. And that way, you're simply doing assessment. But pag dinagdagan nyo pa ng value judgment, sabi mo, 90% and that's very good, no? That's passing. Then you made some evaluation of it. I hope it's clear a bit, no? To you. Of course, sa literature, halo-halo ang paggamit nila dyan. But to me, I make sure that when I use these terms, especially by students, I use them according to these meanings, no? All right. What do we assess? Sabi na natin, cognitive, affective, psychomotor, 21st century skills. How do we assess? We have traditional and authentic. How do we organize our assessment? May grading system, may grade book. Then how well do we assess? Yun ang questions on reliability and validity. Okay. Now, before we go to the nitty-gritty, the details, let's first have, like in theories, no, sa estudyante, just 5 principles, okay? Let me name one. The first one is this. Assessment of student learning begins with educational values. So, wag lang tayong assess ng assess, no? We need to decide for ourselves what is the most important. So, ang dami ng contents ng libro, ang dami ang contents ng ating syllabus. Pag nagkaroon ng siksikan ng time, wala na tayong time, let's say, nagkaroon ng people power. So, nawala ng lahat, walang klase, cancel ng klase, di ba? 1986. So, what do you do? Okay? So, you need to choose the most important. Now, here's a particular procedure that we used in Basic Ed. Actually, parang nanggaling din dito kay Dr. Rivera ng CHED, no? So, dun sa mga competencies ninyo, nakikita po ba yung slide? Nakikita po ba yung slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ano nakikita nyo? Educational
Principles of
values.
assessment. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, doon sa daming content ng textbook, kung kayo ay napaka-textbook based, wag naman sana, no? Kasi you're teaching, let's say, engineering, we ought to have 2 or 3 references and not teach the book or whatever. If it is public administration, it's school management or administration, then education management, then hindi tayo dapat kapit ko sa isang libro lang. Kasi yan ay author, pwedeng magkamali. At saka, nagde-develop ang mga libro ngayon, may mga bagot-bago. So, we use books as references. But we should be, I should say, master and doctor of our disciplines. Kasi kung ano yung discipline niyo na doctor kayo doon o master, yun ang dapat aaralin natin. No? So, maraming references. So, now, going back, you have this book or you have this syllabus. Ang daming ituturo. So, you design it or you sift through the content of the topics and say, ano yung must have? Hindi siya papasa sa kurso na to kung hindi niya to alam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? Then, yung remaining, ano naman yung nice to have? Well, if I have time, I will include this nice to have. So, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ayan. And then, eto naman yung huli na, it's okay, he can proceed, she can proceed to the next course, even if he does not have this knowledge. So yung mga, you can actually sacrifice, quote unquote, these topics. So we as teachers in college, we need to develop this skill. We need to decide ano yung pinakamahalaga, the most important things that the student must know what to do or how to do, no, in our classes. Kasi we cannot teach all. You know, we did a study in DepEd noon with Dr. Gunigundo. We look at the list of competencies. Guess what? Kalahati halos ng listahan ng DepEd puro knowledge. List, name, enumerate, identify, define. Yun ang kanila. Kaya pala ang mga teachers sa basic education hindi nakakaabot ng evaluation. Bakit? Kasi naubos ang oras nila sa katuturo ng knowledge. Okay? So dapat hindi ganon. In fact, sa adult learner, dapat alam na nila yung concept, alam na nila yung definition. Pagdating sa klase natin, application na lang, analysis, synthesis. Okay? All that. So try to make a list of the necessary knowledge. Now, in PUP, usually yan, naka-embed din yan sa ating mission vision, no? I think napakinggan na natin kanina ang mission vision. So you said quality, highest quality, comprehensive, global, responsive, productive, meaningful life. So how can we put all of these keywords into our courses? Kasi kasama yan. Please remember that your courses, your programs are an expression of the university's mission. Okay? So, kasama din yan ang vision ninyo. So, your vision is to have a world-class Center for Graduate Education. World-class talaga. So, you need to find out what is being taught in the US, in the UK, in Australia, okay, in Europe. And then see how you can adapt those, no, without sacrificing the important things that you also value in PUP. So, kasama dun sa ating decision kung ano susukatin natin, yung mga values natin na naka-embed, nakalagay, expressed in our mission and vision. Okay, so lahat yan, quality instruction, etc. Okay, see how the specifics are actually expressed in your classes. How do you make sure that these are, you know, produced in or through your classes? Okay. Mission, nasabi natin. Extension, community service, kasama dyan, research. And industry academic partnership. And then linkages and stakeholders empowerment. Okay. So, ito yung nakuha ko sa internet. You have free doctoral programs, business ad, education management, public ad. No need to add to this, no? Kung ito lang ang inyong program, that's it. If you're very, very good in these programs, you will be known, no? And it's okay to have limited programs. Kasi dyan lang kayo magko-concentrate, mag-focus. So, ito din, we need to differentiate what is an MA, Master of Arts, and Master of Science. And then this word, Master in. Paano nag-iiba ito? I'm sure you know that, no? But you also probably have to study what's the difference between having a Master in Psych or MA in Psychology. No? Something like that. Okay, first principle, educational values. Second, assessment is most effective when it reflects an understanding of learning as multidimensional, integrated, and revealed in performance over time. Okay, so ito yung multidimensional, the 9 ways people understand the world, Gardner's theory. Before, I did not accept the word intelligences because in undergraduate, 1973, 77 in UP, no yan. There's only one intelligence. Until I read his book, you know, he became popular, and then I got hold of his book. There's a copy in Miriam College Library. So I read not the entire book, but parts, the most important parts. And guess what? Kaya pala niya tinawag na intelligence because in the brain, there are specific areas associated with each of these. So that let's say you are very good in composing, Ryan Kayabyang. You can create a composed musical piece readily in an hour or in a day, no? So let's say knock on wood you're like that, or you know a person like that, and the person suddenly has a car accident. At ang tinamaan ng car accident na yon, itong part ng brain na yan, no? So the person can talk, can speak, can probably compute, no? Can walk around, etc. But he may have lost his musical skill. Ang tawag doon, amusia. Okay? Because that part of the brain was damaged. So therefore, he could no longer perform the skills related to that part of the brain. That's the reason why Gardner, ito ay product ng mga brain studies. So that's the reason why Gardner called it multiple intelligences. And I do now respect and understand why it's called intelligence. So, read up some more. Interesting itong mga brain studies na ito. Nagkaroon lang ng brain studies kasi marami nang na-aksidente sa car. Okay, so pinag-aaral nila yung mga na-aksidente sa car and what skills they are able to perform and what they are not able to perform. So pinag-aaralan nila. So kung dito ang damage ng brain mo, then baka wala na yung skill na yun. Okay? Multiple intelligences. Okay, ito nabanggit na natin kanina. When assessment works best when the academic program it seeks to improve have clear, explicitly stated purposes. So I would like to challenge the faculty of the graduate school. Tell me, what is the purpose of this particular program? Kung meron kayong PhD in, how do you call that? In business management, what name 3 or 1 purpose of this program? Okay? So dapat nandoon din. It's in your heart, not written, ha? I mean, if it's written, well, memorize it. And sasabuhay natin yun para pag nagtuturo tayo, yun ay parating nasa isip natin habang nagtuturo tayo. So, mapansin nyo na kay Bloom's taxonomy, we have maybe a word like know, no? But how do you know a person knows? Okay? So, ito yung mga evidences. Okay? Identify, distinguish, select. So, vague yung term na know, kaya kailangan natin ng mga action verbs. Bakit action verbs? Kasi yung action verbs na yan, we can observe. And when we observe, we can measure. We cannot measure anything that is not observable. Paano natin i-measure yung, let's say, attitude? Nasa mind yung emotion. Unless we observe the behavior. Kaya, mapansin niyo sa mga taxonomies, parating merong verbs. Kasi, yung action na yun, action word na yun, yun ang evidence ng knowledge. Okay? So we have those specific instructional objectives. Also, the term comprehend. How do you know a person comprehends the relevant principles? So we have evidences. Describe, match, explain, predict, formulate. Actually, itong mga verbs ito, this also tells us how you're going to measure. Okay? So, describe is a word, is a verb, an action word, match, etc. So these are the evidences. Once we see this, we can measure. We cannot measure what we cannot observe. And we can only observe the action or the behavior of a student. Okay, that's why instructional objectives come in verbs. Ito yung sabihin na specific purposes. Okay, clear, specific, explicitly stated purposes. Okay, fourth principle. Let's not focus only on the outcomes. Okay, yung grade, but how is he learning? For example, how do students acquire teaching skills? Okay, engineering skills, okay? Using machines like that. Okay, laboratory equipment. Kailangan natin silang ma-expose, no? Sa mga experiences. For example, for engineering faculty, ang ganda siguro sa classroom kasi everything is controlled, no? We teach them in the classroom, use of equipment. But if they are in the field, they could be facing problems with walang ganito, walang ganyan. No? There could be other environmental situations that can affect. So let's expose them to that, to experience. So ito yung industry-academic partnerships, okay, or linkages. So, kunyari naman na a business administration, let's expose them, have them attend, presentation of a business plan, okay, or a marketing strategy, no? Attend sila doon. Kung yan naman ay public administration, paupuin natin sila sa isang meeting ni mayor, okay? Ano yung discussion dyan tungkol ba sa collection ng garbage, Let's have them attend and listen to what is going on in real life. And of course, kung yan naman ay education and management or administration, let him sit in the principal's meeting with the teachers. Now, this is DepEd. Wala pa to, nung araw pa to. Iba na siguro ngayon. Okay? When I was a graduate student in the university, my advisor brought me to meetings. Sabi niya, hey, I want you to come to the meeting with Pi Delta Kappa. So I would go. And I want you to be able to talk to them about different research designs. Oh, kailangan ko yun. Doctoral candidate ako eh. So, nag-memorize ako, nag-aral ako, nagdala rin ako ng notebook. Nandun yung kodigo ko. And sure enough, after the sponsors explained what they wanted to do, my advisor called me and said, "Ray, what do you think? What research design is suitable here?" So I had to do that, no? So sometimes it really put me, on the spot. But sometimes we may have to really expose them to the experiences. I asked some of my students long time ago what helped them in my class in data analysis, computer data analysis. And this is what one student said. I'll just mention the keywords: exercises in the workbook, practice using the software, assignments, and then group study. So these are the experiences that lead to achievement. So let's also pay attention to this. Okay? May nagsabi ng formative assessment. So siguro yung ating observation sa kanilang practical exam could be your formative assessment. No? Okay, last principle, we must make assessment ongoing, not sporadic, no? Not one shot. Okay? Not just one shot. Now, pwede ang assessment natin before teaching or before learning, during our teaching, formative assessment. Ito yung sinasabi ni ma'am. And then summative, the word is sum. So that is after learning. Okay? Formative during, mga quizzes, recitations, etc. Summative yung mga final exam, term paper, a compilation of the products like portfolio. Okay? So almost 4 o'clock. So these are the traditional assessment procedures. Alam na natin to. True, false, matching, multiple choice. These are select items because they select the answer. The other type naman, in traditional, yung mga pinagamit natin noong una, supply, mga short answer, completion, tsaka essay. So, ma-distinguish ninyo. And then there's also authentic, no? Authentic because it's related to real world, portfolio, collection of products, and performance demonstration. So, example ng portfolio, ito, no? Evidences, they have to collect products, put them together as evidences of learning. So, ang ano yan, importante yan, each product is related to your instructional objective. Hindi kagaya nung araw, prepare a book report, a summary, a poem, an essay, blah, blah, blah. Pero yun lang, walang connection sa instructional objective. Now, it's called portfolio assessment because each product must be connected with or must measure a specific. Okay? So, example of a content of mga sample letter, okay, sample, meron ka competition, sample oral presentation, simulated press conference sa communication course. Okay? Bukod sa doon, kailangan to standard na mga content, cover page, table of contents, and self-reflection. Originally, inaral ko din to before I returned to the Philippines. Nauso yung portfolio assessment, 1999. So, inaral ko din ito. Optional na lang yung mga dedication to my mother, to my wife, etc. Tsaka yung autobiography or biosketch. Pero itong tatlong to, may cover page, table of contents, and finally sa dulo, self-reflection. Okay? Example of a portfolio, ito sa aking class sa measurement. No? Instructional objective, test plan, sample items. Kaya mahirap yung klase ko sa measurement. Portfolio, exercises on statistics, etc. Okay? So, summative naman is, so itong portfolio pwedeng gamitin na formative, pero kapag ni-revise nila and they put together, final, it can be also your summative. No? So, may score sila doon sa kanilang drafts, and then yung final, after you give them comments or feedback, that can also become your summative assessment. Now, performance assessment, many of you teach skills, no? So you need to measure the performance. And sometimes you stage it in your classroom or you simulate using the computer. May mga simulations, no? You need to specify the criteria, okay? And you need to prepare the observation tool. Hindi kagaya ng portfolio, nandyan yung evidence, no? Ang observation, kasi action yan, performance yan. Pag tapos na yung activity or yung demonstration niya, wala na. So you need to have a tool to note down the observations and then the ratings also. Okay, so I will not go into that. but I will put this is in your copy, no? But and these are the scoring rubrics. Merong dalawang types, no? Global or holistic and analytic. What's the difference? Well, global, you give only one score for the entire product or performance, no? Analytic naman, you have specific score for each criterion or aspect or feature of the product. So example, this is a global rubric, no? So if you notice, there are scores 1, 2, 3, 4, and the difference between a rubric and a rating scale would be this. Ang rubric merong qualitative description of the portfolio or of the performance, no? So ito yung naiiba sa rubric. It becomes a rubric only if we have qualitative description. So you look at the product or the performance and then you see, alin ba dito? Okay, so if it is this one describes the performance of the product and you give it a score of 3 or 30, maybe 30 points, 40 points, 20 points, 10 points. Okay, so this is global, one score for the entire product. Ito naman ang analytical or analytic, no? So you have here the criteria, dalawang criteria, significant researchable questions, develop on evidence, etc. Then you have 4 levels: exceeding expectation, meeting expectations, approaching expectations, and beginning. So 4 levels siya. Ang kulang lang dito yung score. So pwedeng 10 points o kaya 5, 10, 15, 20. So in terms of criteria number 1, you look at the product or the project and say, which of these descriptions fit that product? So if it is this, then you give it a rating of 15 points. So ito yung level niya, no? If it is in terms of developing an evidence is criteria naman based on position and drawing conclusions, ito naman yung sapat na description dun sa output ng estudyante, then you give it a rating of 10. The level is the second level, approaching. So this is analytic and this is global. Okay. So what are the steps? You need to decide on your criteria, 3 to 5. You need to decide on the levels of performance, 3 to 5 then. Example, beginning, proficient, advanced. Pwede yan. And then you need to write a description, a qualitative description. And finally, you need to designate points because this will go into your grade book. So global and analytic. What are some of the characteristics of assessment tools? Okay. Unang-una, objective dapat. Ano is binang objective? The score does not depend on the rater. So kung sino man ang mag-rate o mag-score, pareho pa rin yung score niya. Kaya nga tinawag na objective test, multiple choice, true, false. Why? Because it's an answer key. And all you have to do is get the answer key and see if the answer matches the answer key. Okay? So, objective. Opposite niyan is subjective. No? Sometimes may mga subjective na test. Oh, okay, it's 4 o'clock. Let me quickly, valid, dapat ang ating assessment, coherent, related to the instructional objectives, rigorous, it should be application of knowledge. Okay, I will go in past this na lang muna because we are out of time. Authentic, okay, must reflect real life experiences, challenging for the students, engaging, it must interest them, fair, equal, equitable to all students, no? So baka naman may disadvantage student kasi wala siyang, let's say, money for the requirement. So that's not fair, okay? And then considerate, sensitive to the individual learner's abilities and skills. And then responsive. Ibig sabihin, we need to give feedback, no? Use a variety of assessments. So kung meron kayong let's say lecture or online synchronous meeting, then use that as part of your assessment. Participation, recitation, exams, pwede rin, constructed response, problem-based. Many of you are doing case studies, case-based, portfolio also, discussion boards, etc. No? So yung mga chat, pwedeng yung entry nila doon kasama sa inyong formative assessment. Yung mga entries nila sa mga discussions. Okay? Match the evaluation to the course time. So for example, you spend 60% of your time discussing a topic, then it should have a higher weight in the grade compared to the others. No? Kaya nga yung automate the response. Okay? Online exams should focus on mastery and integration. Nabanggit ko na yan. And for online homework, pwede rin yan. Weekly assignments, kasama din yan. And feedback also. Encourage divergent thinking using open-ended questions. Encourage convergent thinking by using assignments and tutorials one-on-one or small group collaboration and self-testing. Develop your rubrics for the class participation. Give the students a copy of your rating scales or rubrics para alam nila kung ano expectation niyo. Utilize self-assessment and peer assessments. Okay? Individual and group assessment also and group work. Okay, let me example of this. I think I gave an example of this already. Let me, sorry. Okay, let me refer to the Excel file. One last na lang po din, sorry. Okay, pakita ko lang yung gradebook. Okay. So, this is how my gradebook looks. No? Nakikita po ba yung Excel file? So, nakikita po ba?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can see it.
7 minutes left. So, names of students, of course, and then, ando na ako sa dulo. Pero dyan nanggagaling yan dito. So, these are my requirements: class participation, attendance, info sheet, whatever, no? Class participation total, 180 points. And then, assignments ito, usually I have 6 to 10. So, kasi nga pandemic, so nililimit ko lang sa 6 yan kung anong kaya. Each one is worth 20 points unless it's specific, like this one, no? And then a total na rin, midterms. So, every part of the midterms I record. Okay, here, the points. Also, the final requirement, which is a research plan, sa research course ito. And then, only then, naka-point sila. Okay? Actually, nung araw pa nga, may chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. And then, only then, I have the percentage, the weights. So, 20% equal ang weights ko sa kanila. So, dun sa 5 requirements ayon where the grades are coming, no? Class participation, assignment, midterms, final requirement proposal. No? Equal weighted yun. Parang ganito na lang to be fair. Okay? And so, dito papasok yung weight. So, the total, whatever the total points of the person divided by the total expected times the weight. So, ito yun. And then sum here to be 100. And then saka lang magbibigay ng final grade. So, nandito yung parang range, no? If you get this grade, blah, 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 so you get an A or a 4, if you get this grade, etc., you get an A minus, etc. So, hindi ko pinapasok yung A or 1.52, hindi. Kailangan raw score talaga. Raw score. And then, saka lang magwe-weights, okay? Magwe-weight na dito, equal ang weight for the total, and then pag nakuha na yung total, saka hahanapin yung equivalent na either letter grade or number grade. Okay? So, this is a copy. Now, you might notice for this, bakit ang daming ko? Because this is actually one student. Okay? This is the same student. Okay? Meron siyang initial na hindi siya nag-submit. Oh, wala siyang sinubmit. So, ito yung total niya. At the end of the course, pag total ko, wala siyang nasubmit nito. But we gave him a chance. So, actually, we gave him 5 chances. Okay? So, every time na he submits, nagko-compute ulit ako. Okay? Hanggang sa umabot siya dun sa required passing grade. The required passing grade is 85. No? So, hanggang sa dumating na, hindi rin siya umabot. So, actually, I'm not sure what happened sa kanya. Technically, he failed the course. So, he had to re-enroll. So, iba naman ang case itong dalawang estudyante na to. Okay? These are 2 girls. So, no first deadline, naka 81.43 na siya. So, hindi pa rin habol sa 85 na required minimum. So, make up, hanap ng paraan dito. Yung assignments niya na pwedeng baguhin niya, o kaya meron siyang assignment na hindi sinubmit. So, isasubmit niya yun, like this one. Hindi siya nag-submit nito. So, kung isasubmit niya, makaka-18 points siya. Okay? So, nung sinubmit na niya yun, I think humabol siya sa 85. At yun, pumasa na siya. Okay? Nung nag-submit, ito naman, isa. Ito naman, 3 times siya or 4 times. Okay? So, it required a lot of patience on my part. But that's kasi the grading system of the university. Okay? So, where I'm teaching now, not UP. No? Meron silang mataas na cut-off grade. So, hanggang sa nakaabot yung grade. I'm not so much in favor of this, no, of course. Kasi masyadong restrictive. But I'm just showing you how my grade book looks like. So, if you, you know, this is what actually I read in literature and how it was practiced, no, by my own teachers and faculty. So, scores muna, lahat ng requirements, so tatambak ka dyan, magkakameron ka ng total na kadami-dami, that's okay. And then once you get to the end of it, that's when you do the weights. Okay? Dito ka mag-weights. So, yung score divided by the total expected times the weight. Okay? So, sometimes what I do is this. Titingnan ko kung halimbawa mababa ang like this one, mababa ang performance nila dito. So what I might do is lessen the weight. I might increase the weight of this, okay, so that they get the benefit and can pass easily, or the probability of passing is higher. So kung saan sila naging mas mataas in general, papalitan ko yung weight for that requirement. Okay, and I might lower the weight. Let's say for the midterms where everybody look 11, 13, parang ang baba ng, I might lower the weight of this and make it 15% and put the higher weight on where they did well, like for example, class participation. Okay, so there are many grading systems. One of them is this particular, from the weighting to the, sorry, and show. Okay, so let me close with this, no, in terms of assessment. I have 2 minutes. Okay, merong pass-fail, satisfactory, not satisfactory, qualitative, high pass, pass, low pass, categorical, yung mga number which, kala nyo number yan, 1, 2, hindi, categories po yan. Okay, that's why I asked myself, what's the difference between 1 and 125? What's the difference between a 125 and a 15 student? Yun ang gusto kong aralin, no? Parang pagtingin ko pa lang sa klase, first week ng class, alam ko 125 student ito. Okay. And then meron din mga exact na percentages. So university, sa mga ibang universities ginagamit nito. And then I want to promote this instead of grades, competency checklist and competency ratings. Okay? So yung mga high pass, low pass, okay? Itong qualitative na to. Baka dito yan galing, no? So this is the average, 68% ito sa normal curve. So ito yung low pass ninyo. Ito yung pass, tapos dito yung high pass. Okay? So kung ang kanyang z-score ay between 0 and -1, low pass siya. Kung ang kanyang z-score ay from 0 to 1, edi pass, no? Pero kung ang z-score niya ay +1 or higher, or 1.1, something like that, then high pass siya. Okay, so may courses na yun. And this is what I'm talking about, a checklist. So you can list all the competencies and then see if he or she, the student, has this. Mas meaningful ito para sa akin. And then you give a total score. So kung ilan yung checks niya dyan, yun ang total score niya. Or better yet, gawa kayo ng rating scale kagaya nito. So, andito yung competencies and then based on their outputs, you rate them. Okay? So, siguro masyado madami ito. Kailangan iklian pa to kasi may rating scale. Okay lang sa checklist, 20, no? Okay lang yan. Pero pag rating scale, baka masyadong to. Kailangan siguro i-synthesize pa to somewhere. But I hope you get the idea, no? Instead of giving them what does a grade of 85 mean? Or what does a grade of 125 mean? What does it really mean? You know? So, mas meaningful kung meron tayong competencies na to. Ito sa akin ang moving forward. Okay? Let me mention norm reference and criterion references. Yung norm references, may kinalaman dun sa performance ng ibang estudyante. Okay? So, a person with 40 points, let's say, itong person na to belongs to this group, okay, but the group is like all doing poorly, then this person gets a higher score. I have another class. Ito naman yung distribution ng class na yun. Meron kang estudyante na 40 din ang score niya. So, ang kanyang grade relative to the group. Pansinin nyo naman itong person na to sa dulo. Okay? So, the same person has 40, score niya 40, pero it happened that his or her peers are doing much better. So, ang kanyang score, o ang kanyang rating might be lower. Pero pansinin niyo, lahat yan ay 40. Pero yung kanyang grade, depending on the group, ito yung norm reference. You decide comparing the person's grade with the others. So, minsan movable yan, movable standard. Iba naman yung criterion reference kasi meron kang talagang proficiency cut-off score. So, ito, unfortunately, lahat sila below, sa lahat sila bagsak. Okay, so we need to help them become more and more proficient. Okay, so in another distribution, it might be like this. So, pansinin ninyo, hindi nagmo-move yung comparison, no? There's a cut-off score. Matira yung matibay. We need to help this group. We need to help these students. And here we're okay. Maybe we need to tutor this to make them pass. Ang ginagamit ko po ay combination. I have a cut-off and then I normalize from here. So meron akong cut-off na grade sa UP 2 or 175 and then I distribute normally. So merong makaka-1, may maka 125, may 15. Okay, it's hard to. These are the choices of your assessment procedures. Depende kung ano yung skill. So, meron akong suggestion na ganito. And then there's also another one in your hand that I'm going to share. So, depending on what you're trying to measure, then you use this particular assessment techniques. Okay? Let me. Wala. Sorry po. Walas. Okay. So, nasa na ba ako? Can I share this? Maybe I can share this. Ito po yung nakita ko sa internet. Can you see my internet connection now? Merong mga hot potatoes at saka J close. Kung narinig nyo na yun, ito yung mga online, no? So, nakikita po ba yung spread ko? Sorry ma'am, 4 minutes. Nakikita po itong aking screen? Some of you wanted online. So, ito yung hot potato. So, click nyo lang, libre ito. So, you can study, no? How to do this. Mga J quiz. I tried this. Ito, close ito. So, the student fills up the word and then he can what? Check. Okay? And then he automatic na yung score niya doon. And then you have to find a way or he will find a self-check ito eh. No? So, hanapin na niya kung alin yung mga error niya. Like this also. Ito naman drop down. Andyan yung mga sagot. Okay? So, these are all available in the internet. Libre po yata ito. Libre ito. Okay? Meron din mga ganyang crossword puzzle if you're interested in this. Okay? In this one naman. Let's do this. Okay? Hot potatoes is available. Sorry. Mali ako. Available. Mali ito. Windows 4. Let's say ganun ang answer ko. N. Period. Sorry. Mali. Sorry. Okay. Let me do it again. Okay. And check. Oh, sorry. Yan ang score niya. So, what I do? I will recheck it. Okay. Hot potatoes. Saan na ba yan? So, okay, hot potatoes is available sorry, nawala. 4, let's say ganyan naman. Okay, and then i-check ko na naman sila. And then check, mali na naman ako. So, hot potatoes is available for Windows and Macintosh, period. Check. Okay, so ito yung mga tinatawag na self-checking. But this is good for exercises, no? For problems. So, try to look for this, kung meron kayong mga seminars coming up, maybe we could ask somebody, experts in the, how do you call that? In this online. Meron din ito study mate, no?
Flashcards have been used by students for decades. Actually, it's centuries.
So,
Then the internet
some
came
of these,
along and instructors put their flashcards
study
online.
mate ito.
It was an improvement, but it was still
And then,
flashcards. Not only that,
there are other
students had to
text
keep
needs.
track
So,
of all
marami
the
pong
URLs
mga
they received,
programs na
and teachers didn't know
available.
if students were even using the materials. StudyMate
Okay,
is a smarter way to
so
make
I
flashcards.
end this. Let me
An
end
item is
here.
created once, and it can be
Hot
studied
potato
with
circles and
flashcards,
study mate.
pick a letter, fill in the blank, matching,
Is
crosswords,
online
and
instruction
more.
here to stay?
StudyMate also
I
lets you
think
create
so.
multiple choice
Accessibility,
questions,
flexibility,
transforming them
cost
into practice
effectiveness,
quizzes and games.
and learning
In all,
quality.
there are 11 self-assessments and
So,
games in StudyMate, supporting a range of learning
okay,
styles and
first.
objectives. StudyMate really shines when used with a learning management system. The integration is seamless.
Okay, sorry. So let me close by just sharing with you. Yeah, are we going to have more online? Yeah, because it's been shown to be good. There are benefits like accessibility. Can you think of transportation problem when we go face to face again? The student has a chance to attend school with flexible schedules. It's cost effective, hindi mo kailangang mag-commute. And there's learning quality. We can definitely improve learning quality. So, konting tweaking, sanayan, and training on our part, maybe we can do online instruction. Thank you very much. Sorry po for the overtime.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fe Nava. That is
Yeah.
a very extensive, and I was reminded of all of my courses in education, and I was taking up my master's also. And also, it's very interesting to incorporate new skills also in delivering our goods to our students through online platforms. Yeah, from the theories up to the actual forms. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your knowledge to the graduate school.
Sorry, nag-extend.
No, it's fine po. Doc Faye, maybe also request for your presentation po for our attendees.
Next speaker. Yeah.
Okay. Yes po. All right. And we also would like to ask Dr. Nava to stay with us until the end of our
Sure.
second speaker.
Yeah.
Dr. Nava, a lot
po.
of our participants are asking for a copy of your presentation.
Sure.
So if you can,
maybe
yeah.
there's a handout po, sir. Mas complete yung handout.
Oh, thank you,
I'll
ma'am.
send
Thank
it to
you.
you now. Actually, I'll send it to you now.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you po. So that we will share with those who are interested. Thank you
Opo, I'll
po.
share it with you now.
Okay. We
I
will be back.
listening. I'm still here.
Thank
sir.
you. Balikan natin si Dr. Nava mamaya, no, for the Q&A and the awarding of certificates, no, after Dr. Junior Rosales. Thank you, Sir Dags. Go ahead. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Nava, for your talk. Now let's proceed with our next speaker. So I have the honor also to introduce our next speaker. So she's a very familiar face in our university. She is a full-time faculty of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. She has been teaching for 25 years in the university and is currently the director for the Office for Teaching and Learning Development. She was the Dean of the College of Education from 2016 to 2021 and was concurrently designated as Dean of the Graduate School from year 2017 to 2018. She formerly chaired the Doctor in Education Management Master in Education Management, and the Master of Arts in English Language Teaching programs under the College of Education. Aside from her academic responsibilities, she is an accreditor of the AACO Regional Quality Assurance Team, or ARQUAT, member and member of the CHED Region 4A editor for the International Journal of Emerging Issues in Early Childhood Education, Scopus Journal, and a former editor-in-chief of Education Review, a peer-reviewed journal of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, associate editor of Mabini Review, a CHED accredited journal of PUP, and a reviewer for numerous international journals. She also does extension project and international linkages. Currently, she is the transnational management member of Project 4, an Erasmus Plus K-2 project, formation of teachers in emerging challenged areas in the Philippines, co-funded by the European Commission and the member of the Technical Working Committee of the Commission on Higher Education that formulated policies on the creation of the Master of Arts in Teaching in Challenged Areas, which is now offered in the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, West Visayas State University, and the University of St. Lasal in Bacolod. She is often invited to speak on topics related to leadership, research, education, and English language teaching in local, national, and international seminars, webinars, and conferences. So it's my honor to present to you our second speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let us help me in welcoming Professor Maria Duquesmer D. Rosales, DEM LP.
Yes, thank you so much, Sir Dags. No, it's so nice to see you all. Good afternoon to everybody, most especially to the Dean of the Graduate School, the Dean of all Deans, Dr. Elmer
Dr. Nona.
Gonzalez de Jose. O, kompleto, sir, ha?
Thank you.
Persons who are still here with us. I know all of you are very busy. Esteemed faculty members, I see my former professors here, our students who are also in attendance, and guests from other institutions. It is an honor to be speaking with you all this afternoon. So please bear with me. I will try to, as much as possible, condense my talk because Dr. Nava has comprehensively discussed the topics that I will also be discussing with you, but I will be just simply explaining them later. So, well, I cannot help but be nostalgic now because not so long ago, I was part of the administration of the graduate school. And it really brings me great joy to be with you again, even in this virtual space. So, para po sa ating lahat, hindi naman po tayo iba sa isa't isa, no? Sige nga, paki-type nga po, exercise ng konting ating mga daliri and paki-type in one word. How do you feel today? No? In one word, ano po ang nararamdaman nyo ngayon? Happy? Yes, great, excited, good, productive, great. Blessed, happy to see you again, ma'am. Thank you. Blessed, great, thankful, hungry. Oh, Sir Aris, kain ka na. Excited, inspired, pero bubusugin namin yung utak mo, sir. Grateful, chill, lovely. Ay, salamat, Sir Mark Distor. Lovely ka talaga. Inspired and proud. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Amalia Rosales, former Dean of Graduate School as well, and actually the one who actually wrote the vision of the graduate school to be a world-class center for graduate education. So, allow me to share my screen. And I know you're pretty excited, no? Pero sige po, I will try to really condense everything. Yan, kasi sabi ko nga kay Sir Elmer, sir, bigatin si Sir Ma'am Nava, di ba?
Oo naman.
So,
naman tayo,
I'm really humbled to be with you today, ma'am. So, let us try to see where we are when it comes to the discussion of the new normal, okay? Because, well, I'm not going to ask about your mental state or your physical condition when it comes to the term normal, okay? But there have been tremendous changes occurring at a fast pace nowadays, and it prompts us, individuals, mostly those in the education sector, to take action. So you will see these are the topics that I will discuss today. Okay, compared to Dr. Nava, earlier, 3 lang yung pinakita niya, no? Sa akin, 6. So sasabihin niyo, yari, ang haba nito. No, you know me. So I will just skip some of the parts that are similar to the presentation of Dr. Nava. So we will be discussing the next normal, and then the learning domains, and then online assessment, the SMART and authentic assessment, the rubric and TOS, and the new directions and strategies when it comes to online learning. Okay? So I will try as best as I can to make this a chewable and easy discussion for everyone. I am given actually a difficult task to discuss these topics, which actually takes an entire semester to discuss. No? But then I am also aware that some of our colleagues here are experts already, no, in the discussion of these topics. While there are those who are probably 25 or 50% of those who are in attendance. Ops, wag mag-check ha, mga statisticians natin dito ha. I have no data to show. Okay? But based on the earlier data presented to us by Dr. Nava, at least now we have an idea of where we are as regards our knowledge about these topics. So it's the same, diba? When we sit in a webinar, there is diversity. So there is what we call different levels of intelligence. And that is why it is the same also when we are in our classrooms. We have students who are knowledgeable, and there are those who are, well, still needing of enlightenment. Right? So again, now we have seen and heard the term and people talking about the new normal, okay, because of what happened, diba? Because of the pandemic. Yet we are now faced with a new concept, which is called the next normal. So what is it? Okay. So according to McKinsey, it is based on the assumption that there is a before and after. Okay. So the period before COVID-19, a new normal that will emerge in the post-viral era. So meaning that new normal after the post-viral era will be the next normal. Of course, we have to look also at some global challenges. So on the screen, you will see that there are so many challenges pertaining to this shift in education from face-to-face to virtual space. And now, as we look at the here and now, and as we go forward into the future, we will see that these future challenges forebodes global challenges. Okay? And these global challenges are chunked into two main groups. First is the disruptive future, which includes the fourth industrial revolution. Some are already talking about the fifth industrial revolution, and therefore from education 4.0, we will have education 5.0. And then there's global warming and climate change. There is zoonosis and the pandemic. And then the other chunk is about realities, which are globally related changes that impinges on national and regional qualifications frameworks, the quality assurance of education, and the internationalization, cross-cultural exchange, and transnational education. So even with these occurrences, we prepare our students still, this is our global response to lifelong learning so that they will adapt to the evolving requirements of the labor market, especially our students in the graduate school who are already professionals, and the changing time frames and rhythms of individual existence. And that's why I'm so happy Dr. Nava discussed already the multiple intelligences. So here, just to refresh you, I know you're familiar with the Philippine qualifications framework. So this one displays the different levels of educational qualifications and the set standard for educational outcomes. And that is why when we look at these PQF descriptors, you will see level 7 and 8. So that is where our students belong, no? So our master students and our doctoral students. So if you will look at, for example, level 8, no, it requires that our students have a highly advanced and systematic knowledge and skills in their specializations. So they should be able to show leadership and innovation, high degree of independence, with, of course, a high degree of autonomy and accountability, because, well, it is already a given that our students, upon their graduation, or even if they are still not enrolled in the graduate programs, now some of them are already given leadership roles, now, in their own organizations. And therefore, we have to put a premium, on harnessing, and developing that particular area for this outcome, which is national in scope. That is why, from the Philippine Qualifications Framework, we go to the CHED memorandum orders for the descriptors also of the program outcomes, and then we come up with our course outcomes, which are somehow to be achieved once we lay out our objectives. So, before I show the next slide, sige nga po, kung kayo ay nandyan pa, pakiclick nga po ang heart react. Pakiclick po ang heart react if you are still there. Do you understand po? So, sige nga po, just to check again. Pakitype nga po sa ating pong chat box. Okay. OMK. Pakitype po. Okay. Thank you so much. Yan, very interactive po tayong lahat. Pasensya na po kayo, taga-College of Education. Yan. So to check if the students are still there, even if you do not see them, di ba? Minsan po mga bata, kahit masama ang pakiramdam, or even our professional students, no, they will still listen. And if they really want to be engaged, they will hit, no, that keyboard and type. Yan. So, going to our next slide. O, di ba, kalain nyo, number 2 na po tayo sa 4 na topics na lang po. Okay. So, in our number 2, no, we will be discussing a bit the learning domains, which were already explained to us by Dr. Nova. And we see that it is very important to know the alignment. Now, why do we need to write very good objectives? Okay. It is because it has to be aligned with the content, of our lessons, no? And it is also important that with the content, we align also our activities, because we cannot just simply give an assessment out of the blue, right? It has to have a starting point, and that is by the writing of our objectives. So from there, we can make our assessment. So remember this po. Kanina po marami pong pinakita sa atin si Dr. Nava ng mga triangles, no? All of these triangles, and sa akin po square kasi 4 na corners po ito. Sorry, Dr. Nava, but we can have all our models, but this is not mine. No? I have just simply adopted this. And you will see that there is a commonality, among the elements found in the alignment before we make our assessments. So, okay po ba yun? Thumbs up nga po dyan kung okay po. Alright. So, thank you so much. So, in order for us to deliver effective assessments, ayan, ito na naman po si Smart. Nagtatampo na po talaga si Globe, no? So, in order for us to deliver assessment effectively, we must first look at our objectives, di ba? Laging doon yung starting point po natin. And it is said that our educational objectives should be SMART. Kaya nga si George Doran in 1981 came up with this acronym for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based objectives. So our learning objectives serve as the blueprint of our instructional design. And it also guides and makes the teaching and learning process stronger, so that di ka lang po yung hitting something without any direction. Right? Kagaya po nitong bullseye natin na nandito sa screen. Also, when we think of learning objectives, specifically the learning domains, the first person that comes to mind is Benjamin Bloom. Okay? So, Benjamin Bloom and a group of cognitive psychologists. Kaya siguro ang daming mga psychology, no, students and faculty members who are here in attendance na bukod sa ang ating GS din ay of course majored in psychology, di ba? This particular development of the taxonomy is actually cognitive driven, no, in order to determine, no, what kind of behavior is deemed important in learning and in measuring capability. That is why the famous domains, no, are used, especially when we write our lesson plans. Yan. So kung nasa edu po, alam po natin yan, pag gumagawa ng general objectives, may specific na dapat ang hit niya ay itong tatlong to: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. So, ano po ba ang sinasabi sa atin, no, pagdating po sa cognitive domain? Okay? So, in the cognitive domain, the objectives are formed to increase an individual's knowledge. Okay, so obvious po yan. Cognitive, it's the brain. It relates to a learner's understanding, awareness, and insights, no, by processing and utilizing information in a meaningful way. So it's not just simply asking the students, no, questions that are obvious already in what they have read, but trying to also see if they have processed, no, the information that they have read. So in Bloom's taxonomy, no, which was, as mentioned, no, by Dr. Nava, born in 1956, is a classification of the different learning strategies and skills that we educators should set for our students. So there are 6 levels in Bloom's taxonomy. So you saw this earlier, okay? And Dr. Nava emphasized that there was a change, no, from 1956 to 2001. Okay, wherein Anderson and Krathwohl, no, published the revised taxonomy in 2001. So just to emphasize, no, what are the 2 changes done here? Okay, first, the terminologies in the taxonomy, no, in 1956 were changed from nouns in 1956, at mapapansin nyo in 2001 naging verbs, no. So as mentioned also by Dr. Nava, bakit ganun ang change? Because we're talking about the brain, no, and it is to reflect, no, the active process of thinking. Okay? Kasi iba pag nakitang thinking, nakaganon, di ba? The thinking man, nakaganyan. Akala walang activity, but actually the brain is very active. Agree po ba kayo doon? Thumbs up nga po kung agree po tayong lahat. Okay, thank you so much po for your response. Okay. So, the next reason, no, bakit siya binago is that the part about the synthesis, no, has to be creating or create, no, because creating is considered to be the highest level of in the cognitive domain. Okay, so the highest level in the cognitive domain. Later I will explain that, no, in the most simplest terms, kung paano po natin gagawin. So this one I will not anymore explain because Dr. Nava already explained this to you earlier. So we go now to the next slide, which talks about the lower order thinking skills, or the LOTS. So we have this still under the cognitive domain. So we have remember, understand, and apply. So under remember, guys, nasa pinakababa kasi siya yung pinakamadali. Okay? And makikita nyo dito, if you're going to come up with learning objectives or objectives for your lessons, you can actually use the following words, you know, like choose, name, tell, define. Kaya kanina nung sabi ni Dr. Nava, no, nung in-evaluate nila yung mga tests sa DepEd, halos lahat nagpo-fall lang under sa remember. Okay? Pero we have to also consider yung level din ng mga students natin. Baka mamaya, no, the main point is just to simply make the students simply remember. Right? So ito yung sinasabi nilang developing something from rote memory. na parang hanggang pagtanda maaalala ng mga bata. But then we have to scaffold, no? As a student becomes older and as a student goes higher, no, in the grade levels, then a student has to have more challenging tasks. And we can do that by means of using, no, and identifying which area in the cognitive domain should we focus on. Kaya papasok din po dito yung psychology. Now, if I'm going to discuss all of those things, naku, ang dami po dyan. Kasi bibida po dyan si Eric Erickson, di ba po? And then next, no, we have the higher order thinking skills. So ito po yung mas dapat maging obvious sa ating mga estudyante sa graduate school. It's not to say that we are not going to use lower order thinking skills. No? Pagka naglagay po tayo, for example, sa syllabus natin ng objective number 1, dito kaagad tayo, no, sa higher order. No, kasi we have to also know the degrees of difficulty. No, whenever we want our students to accomplish a certain task. Siyempre, di ba, hindi naman pwedeng nanganak siya kaagad without going through intercourse. So dapat po medyo konting gradual na paghahatid dun sa ating mga estudyante sa pinakamahirap na task. Now, next one. Okay. Ito po, kakailanganin ko po lahat ng heart react niyo. Pwede po bang makita ang mga heart react po? Yan. Bakit po hinihingi ang heart react? Kasi po, ito na po ay si David Cratwell at pupunta na po tayo sa, sige nga po, pakitype nyo nga po, anong domain si Cratwell kung heart ang pinag-uusapan natin. Check ko nga po. Ano po kayang domain siya? Very good. At may nanalo na si Sir Chit Salonga. Unang-una si Sir Chit. Okay? So, Cratwell is an educational psychologist, no, who actually revised the taxonomy, no, of Bloom. And he is considered as the primary author for the taxonomy of the affective domain. So, the affective domain actually includes how we deal, no, how our students deal, no, with things emotionally. Pero it does not stop there, ha? Dapat we should know also yung feelings, values, appreciation, enthusiasm, motivations, and attitudes of our students. So this particular taxonomy is ordered according to the principle of internalization. Okay? So paano ba na-internalize ng mga estudyante natin yung mga concepts na pine-present natin sa kanila? Okay? Sabi nga nila, if you are majoring in something, whether it's psychology, engineering, or public administration, you have to be very good with content kasi that is an evidence of your mastery, no, of your specialization or your chosen field. But then, no, you have to also convert that yung content knowledge mo with something that is effective, no? So internalization, no, on the affective domain means that when you look at an object, no, you have a general awareness of that particular object, okay, or whether it is a concept or an idea. And then when you internalize something consistently, no, it somehow controls your behavior, diba? So that is why it is able to describe, no, the affective domain and the actions exhibited by our students, no. It enables us to see how they react emotionally, diba? And the ability of our students to feel other living things, no, especially other living things, pain or joy. That is why when we teach our students in the graduate school to become leaders, we do not teach them to become robots, no? Hindi sila flexible, hindi nila nararamdaman yung mga kasama nila na nahihirapan din. Kasi meron tayong tinatawag na, are we more task-oriented? Are we more relationship-oriented? Or do we have a balance of these two? Kasi pag task-oriented ang isang tao, si Hoda, na maglupasay ka dyan, basta sa deadline, ibigay mo sa akin yan. Or ikaw ba yung kind of leader na sige, importante sa akin ang iyong mental health at kalusugan. Sige, isubmit mo na lang sa akin yan. Kung today ay Sunday, imagine mo, pinagsasubmit mo ng Sunday, and then, no, tapos, sasabihin ganyan, di ba? For example, pwede mo na lang isubmit sa Tuesday, mga ganito, mga around 12 o'clock. Sige, ako na lang makikiusap. No? Because sometimes you have to understand, no, where our colleagues are coming from. And of course, it's the same with our students. Kasi once we show an understanding with our students, even though there are no tests, no, they can pick up from that. No? And they will learn from that. Diba? Kasi sabi nga nila, if there's no change happening, then there is no learning. Now, on the next slide. Okay, this is the taxonomy of the affective domain. So, paano ba natin explain ang bawat concepts, no? For example, when we want our students to be good in receiving, no? This is actually our learner sensitivity to the existence of something, whether, especially if a stimuli. No? Lagi nating naririnig yung word na stimuli. So, there has to be a willingness, no, on the part of our learner to receive. Let's say, receive information coming from our lecture, no? Or to give selected attention. For example, they don't want to hear that, diba? So you can easily see that if you are sensitive to the actions of your students. But then that is a challenge. Alam ko, lalo na sa online, pagka naka-off ang camera ng ating mga estudyante. And therefore, no, at this particular stage in the affective domain, no, we have to listen with respect to our learners. Okay? Because they will have something to say. And if we listen with respect, then they will again pick up from that. And when there is someone speaking, then they will be able to receive also with respect. Okay. Number 2 is responding. Okay. So this means that the learner gives active attention to a stimuli. Okay. So there is a willingness to respond to feelings, no? Especially if the learners want to actively respond and participate. So kagaya po ng ginagawa niyo po ngayon, no? Kung gusto niyo po mag-react lang po kayo dyan, no? O kaya mag-chat po kayo, meron kayong comment o meron kayong gustong i-share, no? Na nakarelate kayo dun sa sinasabi ko. Sige lang po. Because, no, when I do my discussions in the undergrad and the graduate school, I encourage that, no? So that your students will continue to be linked or connected with you, right? And then the third one po is valuing. Okay? So this is this refers to your learners' beliefs and attitudes. So ibig sabihin, this is what your learners see when it comes to receiving, no, a set of values. So they may accept, no, those things. Kasi iba-ibang backgrounds ng ating mga learners, alam natin yan, no? Iba-iba yung set of values nila depending doon sa practices nila sa family, no? Kung paano sila pinalaki. And with that, no, if they, for example, have exhibited a certain level of acceptance, or let's say they show a preference to something, no, or even show commitment, no, then we can say that they somehow are giving value, no, to a certain stimuli. On the fourth one, okay, we will see the organization here, no? So organization refers to the learner's internalization of those values, okay? So first, no, in order for something to be internalized, no, there has to be a conceptualization of value. So what is it, diba? And then there has to be an organization of those values. Kasi sometimes, a student needs to change yung beliefs niya in order to accommodate a new set of values, no? And when that happens, no, our students learn which ones to prioritize, no, which ones to give importance to. Kaya 'di ba minsan may mga estudyante tayo ayaw maki-participate kasi hindi nila priority yon, or they don't want to participate because they know they might be lacking, no, in the skills in order to participate in a given activity. And that is why we have to encourage them, no? And to see, no, what sorts of values would encourage them, no, or sorts of practices would encourage them to join, di ba? And siguro, no, ito na yung pinakamaganda sa lahat. When we see that our students are already showing characterization. So what is this? No, this is the highest form of internalization. Okay, because this relates now to behavior, no, that reflects what we call a generalized set of values. Nung una, 'di ba, doon sa organization, sinisift pa lang niya, pinipili pa lang niya, no, what would be prioritized. But this time, the student knows, no, kasi naging part na ng character niya, no. And with that, no, the value system that is learned, no, at saka malaki po talagang impluwensya natin mga teachers. For example, pag nag-check tayo ng papel, tapos talagang binabalik natin yung mga papel, no, nagkakaroon ng change doon sa estudyante. So if before, ayaw niya mag-submit ng assignments on time, o dahil ikaw ay nag-check at nagre-return ng papers on time, nagbabago. No? Nagbabago yung belief niya na baka before, iniisip niya, lahat ng teachers tamad, hindi nag-check ng papel. But it changed just because of you, no, na nagtiyaga sa kanya. Okay? So with that, I will proceed now to my next slide. Yan. So okay pa po ba tayo dyan? Thumbs up sign nga po. Andito na po tayo sa psychomotor domain by R.H. Dave. So here, no, you will see that Dave's taxonomy is the simplest domain, and it is the easiest to apply with the 5 levels of motor skills. Usually, pag sinabi natin motor skills, no, yung gagalaw lang. Minsan yung iba, writing lang, no? Pero marami pa pala siya, no? Most especially kung nasa engineering kayo or skills-based na mga programs or courses, mas magiging evident ito. So, hindi lang ito na, for example, PICA, no? Doon lang ito mas madalas makikita. No, we can apply this, no, in any setting, no, which will meet our objectives. So, here is an example of the taxonomy. Okay? So, first is imitation. So, I don't need to elaborate on that. Mababaw lang to, copying. Diba? So, that is why, as teachers, we have to be the role models because kinokopya tayo ng mga estudyante natin. Second is manipulation. So, the ability of our students, no, to reproduce activity from instruction or memory. So, sa mga tinuro natin, makikita natin kung kaya bang gawin ng mga estudyante natin. And then precision. So, dito, meron ng reliable execution of the skill that was learned. And it can be done independently. As far as articulation is concerned, no, here, meron ng expertise. No? So, adapt expertise to fulfill a non-standard objective. So, meaning to say, even if the student is not in the classroom, the student can actually adapt and integrate multiple actions, no, independently as well. And of course, yung naturalization, no, ito yung automatic. So for example, if you're an engineering graduate, alam mo na kagad, no, without a book, without a manual, alam mo na kung paano mag-troubleshoot. Pag halimbawa may pumutok na fuse. Okay? So automatic na. Why? Because the skills learned by the students become second nature to them. However, these things cannot be seen all day by the teachers. Tatandaan natin to. Meron tayong tinatawag na immediate outcomes and meron tayong tinatawag na mga delayed outcomes. So, for example, gusto nating makita kagad kung kaya ng estudyante, let's say, gumawa ng improvised na let's say water current, no, kumukuha ng energy from the water. Yan. So, ituturo mo mabuti yan sa kanila, no? Or for example, gusto mo right away makita, no, online kung paano ginagawa ng mga estudyante. So, you have to get a few samples from them showing that they are actually doing it in their own homes. Or let's say, for example, you do not just talk in principle, no? when it comes to, let's say, teaching how students should use properly yung gamit sa pag-vulcanize. Okay? Or gamit para sa or paggamit ng mas maayos ng mga C-clamps, no, sa mga laboratory. Okay? Kasi kailangan talaga you have to model, no? You have to model, and every time there is a use of an instrument or a tool, dapat you have to follow the steps, no? Na the same way that you did the first time. Kasi may mga estudyante, no, kagaya nga ng sinabi ko sa inyo kanila, hindi lahat pare-pareho ang kanilang pag-receive, no? At yung pag-receive ng information hindi at the same pace, no? So yung iba medyo slow, no? Pero we have to be patient with them. So next, we go now to online assessment. So we are already in the midway of the discussion, and we move on to this topic, which well, actually, it's the same with assessment. No? Nilagyan lang natin ng online because nag-iba tayo ng platform. Nag-iba tayo ng medium. No? And that is through the internet or through the virtual space. So basically, when we talk about assessment, no, well, this is Carol Ann Tomlinson. She is an American education worker, no, an author, a speaker, and she is known for her work with differentiated instruction. Right? So to her, it is very important that instruction is valued by the students. No? And she is known for this particular quotation that assessment today is a means of modifying tomorrow's instruction. So therefore, tama po, no, I will echo the same idea, no, from Dr. Nava about it's not just about assessing the students and how our students perform. It's also looking at how we perform based on our students' performance. So, what is the purpose of assessment? No? Well, it is to monitor if our students are learning. And of course, it is also to improve our academic programs. Kaya nga, di ba, sa mga board programs, especially in the undergrad or sa psychology, congratulations po to our psychology students who passed the board exam. No? Ang galing po ng ating mga psychology professors and our students. No? So, meaning to say, yung performance ng students natin can be a basis for us to improve our academic programs. Now, it doesn't mean that just because they are performing well, we won't do, you know, certain improvements, diba? Of course, there are still areas that need to be improved. But at the end of the day, you know, improvements have to be consistently done. No? Kumbaga parang we always have to check. We cannot be satisfied, no, or we cannot just sit idly because for let's say for the past 3 years, consistent naman tayo sa top 10, di ba? Hindi ganon, no? So, it should allow us to enhance, no, our teaching and learning methodologies or to improve, no, the content of our instruction. So, next, yan. It also helps the teacher, no? Assessment helps the teacher to determine what to teach, how to teach, and in the end, how effectively they taught it. Diba? So it actually jives with the alignment slide that I mentioned earlier. So again, okay, we will ask now, why do we need to do online assessments? Diba? Halos pareho naman yan. Gagawa naman tayo ng multiple choice test. No, ang may iba lang is yung probably assessment tool that we can get online. No? Well, since 2020, diba, all of us have experienced assessing our students, diba, using different online applications. So like Google Forms. Sige nga, thumbs up sign nga po kung gumagamit kayo ng Google Form. May IC nga po. As an assessment tool. O diba po, kagaya pong Dr. Nava, diba, pinasagutan niya sa inyo yung Google Form for her presentation. Sino po gumagamit ng Kahoot? Okay, Kahoot. Mas madalas tong gamitin sa ano po, sa DepEd. Yan. How about yung Mentimeter? Yan, ginagamit din po yan. No? I know in the different colleges, no, there are faculty members who use the Mentimeter and of course, a host of other online tools. Yes, Sir Doug's gumagamit. Very good, sir. So, why is it that we need to use online assessment? So very, very simple lang naman po ang reasons, no? Kasi it is a critical component of the online classroom. So just like the face-to-face classroom, we have assessment. So it's also a component in the online classroom. Of course, no, just like what I have elucidated earlier, it also helps us identify the strengths and weaknesses, no, of our students, no, whether or not our students are achieving the course's objectives. And then it also engages and prepares our students with skills they will need in their careers. But then on on a more general perspective, no, when we talk about online assessment, we talk about yung flexibility of location and time. Of course, when we have our online assessments, our students have the option to take the exam, di ba, at a location of their choice. So, hindi kagaya ng pag face-to-face, kailangan makarating sila on time or else mamimiss na nila. No? Halos yung exam kung na-late sila. Here, we allow certain allowances for our students to comply, no, with our online assessment kasi nga hindi natin alam kung mabilis o mabagal ang internet connection nila. Next, yung lesser administrative burden. What does this mean? Diba dati po, ang mga exams natin, piniprint pa. Diba? Pinapa-photocopy natin, piniprint pa. No? O kaya, pagka halimbawa mga departmental exams. No? So, masyadong malaki ang burden yan doon sa administration because they need to set up the examination, 'di ba? Set up the dates, no? Set up the rooms, etc. But with online assessment, those things, no, hindi na masyadong nagiging concern kaya ng mga administrators. And then easier preparation, marking, and moderating of questions. So here, of course, kagaya nga sa psychology, naalala ko po si Sir Elmo. Pasensya na po kayo, paborito ko si Sir na yun. When I was writing my dissertation, si Sir Elmer ang isa sa mga napagtanungan ko about writing a researcher-made test, no, and kung paano po siya magiging reliable, no, valid and reliable. So he gave me inputs and he was the one who actually told me, "Ma'am, mag-item bank ka." Yan, item bank. Sabi ko, "Sir, ano po yun?" Siyempre, eduk ako. Hindi ko masyadong naiisip yung item bank, no? Kasi alam niyo po may mindset minsan tayo na hindi tayo expert dyan, may gagawa dyan, so kanila na lang tayo magtanong. Yan. Pero of course, kailangan din natin siya, no, eventually. And with that, no, sabi ni Sir Helmer sa akin, naalala ko, gawin mo 150 ang questions mo kasi mag-i-index of discrimination pa. May 27% na matatanggal. No, yung higher, lower, ganyan-ganyan. So kung anong matitira, and then ilang minutes yung exam mo, the rest will be for the item bank, for the future. Kung gusto mo pang gamitin, gusto mo mag-modify. Kasi those are good items. Yun po yung naalala ko. Sana po tama ako. No? And that is why, compared to online assessment now, you can easily store those things. Diba? And then, quicker ang marking. For example, nag-Google form ka. Nakasagot lahat. Let's say sinabi mo, within the hour, kailangan matapos kayo sa test. And then after that, hindi ka na mag-check. Kasi titignan mo na lang yung resulta. Diba? Kasi i-send naman sa yung resulta ng Google. So that's why, easier preparation and marking. Now, we have faster evaluations and results. Of course, it's very obvious, no, related to easier preparation. And then we also have environmental friendly solution. Kasi online assessments actually give the schools the opportunity to lessen, no, the costs, no? Most especially the cost to the environment kasi lesser paper ang gamit po natin. And then it is a secure solution kasi actually there are few people who can access yung database natin dyan kasi these are trusted people that we have in our offices or in our organization. So sila lang talaga. Unlike dati na ang mga papers natin are just simply bundled and then placed at a corner in the office. Anytime may makakakita na. But the storage of our scores in online assessment can be kept secure in a certain database or a file. Of course, sige, sasabihin ng iba, ma'am, paano kung may makakita ng ganito, etc., etc. Well, you have to put, a password sa mga devices mo para hindi siya ma-access. And then it's economical. Siyempre, hindi na po tayo magpapa-photocopy, and then hindi na natin kailangan din isipin yung other logistical and administrative costs because it's way cheaper to use online assessments. And there are so many free tools online. Okay, so number 4 na po tayo. Okay pa po ba tayo dyan? Paki-thumbs up sign nga po kung okay pa po tayo. Siyempre, paki-type nga po. Sige nga, Ma'am Junie, go. Hindi yon. Go lang po. Type nyo. Go, ma'am. Go. Go. Yan. Go. Yan. Go. Yan. 3 na lang. 4. Ano ba? Nasaan na kayo, mga kapatid? Thank you so much. Alam niyo, nakaka-boost yan sa mga speakers. Pagka hindi lang yung sarili mo ang kausap mo. Di ba, Sir Elmer? Yan. So, that is why when we look at, yan, ito nabanggit na po ito kanina ni Ma'am Nava. Pero smart assessment doesn't just simply mean you have to specific, doesn't have to be specific measurable. Hindi po yun. Ang ibig sabihin po nito ay smart ka ba bilang teacher pag nag-a-assess ka. Okay? Why? Because if you are a smart teacher, then you will be avoiding generalities and guesswork. Kaya tuwa po kanina sa present ni Dr. Nava. The class record. Diba? Talagang there's no room for a student to say, hindi ka nag-check man. Kasi nandoon lahat. No? And, of course, these are the things that we have to remember. Diba? So, when making smart assessment, remember the before, during, and after the assessment. Kasi you need to reflect. No? And then, know why you want to assess. Sabi nga sa amin, di ba, nung bata pa ako, nung nag-aaral ako ng education, huwag kayong magpapa-exam kasi galit kayo sa estudyante or tamad kang magturo para lang may gawin yung mga bata. No. Gawin ito because there is an objective. No? And then choose the right tool to assess the right set of skills. So, where do you want to put a certain premium on when it comes to the domains of learning, di ba? Or the domain or the learning objectives. Ano ang gusto mo dong ma-emphasize, okay? And then remember if it is open or closed. So tatandaan natin when we make assessments, minsan open ang questions natin because we allow our students to actually write what they think about, let's say, a situation that you presented in your examination. Of course, closed kasi papasok dito yung mga exams natin na nagre-require lang ng isang sagot. Okay? And then, making multiple choice test. Sabi nga nila, ito daw yung sa tingin ng mga estudyante madaling test. Pero sa part ng teacher, ito yung pinakamahirap na gawin na test. Because you have to also look at the effectiveness of your distractors. Kaya nyo bang lituhin ang mga estudyante pag gumagawa na sila ng choice na A ba, B ba, C, o D? And then of course, look at Bloom's taxonomy. Kasi we always refer to that. Kahit marami ng mga nag-emerge ng mga ideas or taxonomies when it comes to objectives, still we refer to Bloom. So next, authentic assessment. Yan. So here, we do authentic assessment because we want to know how creative our students are. So it is the use of creative learning experiences to test students' skills and knowledge in realistic situations. That is why when we ask our students, let's say, to answer an essay test, our question should not be just simply to make them, uh, write what they have memorized, but to see whether they can draw examples from their own experiences. So somehow your exam becomes authentic because there is now what we call the authentic voice or the real voice coming from the student. Hindi siya pinarot na answer just because na-memorize ng estudyante yung isang paragraph sa isang libro and then inilagay doon. Dapat ang estudyante natin should be able to somehow draw out from an experience and relate it based on the concept that was written in the book. Diba? So next. We have Grant Wiggins, who is the proponent of authentic assessment. Sabi niya, authentic tests are representative challenges within a given discipline. So they are designed to emphasize realistic but fair complexity. So they stress depth more than breadth. In doing so, they must necessarily involve somewhat ambiguous, ill-structured tasks or problems. So meaning to say, ito yung allowing our students to think of options or alternatives. Hindi ibig sabihin na just because hindi siya nabasa sa libro o sa module ng bata or dun sa handout, magiging mali siya. That's why you have to come up with an assessment tool to be able to judge fairly your students. Kaya maganda yung pinakita kanina ni Dr. Nava, wherein there is a checklist and then you just simply tick all of the items that apply to the student and then score. So here are the key criteria of authentic assessment. Of course, first, it has to be realistic, and then it should require judgment and innovation. It should ask the student to do the subject. It should replicate and stimulate the context in which adults are tested. So especially when it comes to the workplace, in civic life, and in personal life, diba? Sometimes you give them situational questions that will somehow reveal their attitude towards their work, towards their other people, etc., etc. And then we have number 5, it assesses the student's ability to use a repertoire of knowledge and skills. So meaning to say, this is not just about knowing what they know, but knowing the things that they do not know. And the number 6, it allows the appropriate opportunities to rehearse, practice, consult, and get feedback. So kumbaga, if the student realizes that they do not know something, then they can rehearse. Okay? It is an opportunity for the students to somehow strengthen their skills and capabilities, knowing that they have a strong mind, they know the principles, they know the steps, they know the procedures and rules, yet there should be plenty of opportunities. Now, not just inside the classroom, but real life opportunities for the students to apply those concepts. So what are the benefits and drawbacks of authentic assessment? So here, the benefit is that it breaks the paradigm of multiple choice tests or automatically scoring tests and quizzes. Okay? Kasi madalas hindi ito naka-form ng ganun, yung mga authentic test. Kaya meron pinakita si Dr. Nava kanina ng mga portfolio assessments, or portfolios. And then it is more student-centered. Ang drawback lang is that it requires more time for both the teacher and the students. Of course, more time for the students to accomplish the task and then more time for the teacher to check the activities that are submitted. And then students online have varying locations. Diba? So that is why it is more difficult to make assessments that is relevant to everyone. Unlike when, let's say in the undergrad, when you ask your students, let's say in a face-to-face setup to let's say analyze let's say, a situation, and that situation is currently happening there inside the classroom, everyone can actually give their answer. But then if the students are in different places and you're giving them a scenario, then you have to adjust, no? So that certain things can be relatable to your student. For example, may mga estudyante, sa totoo lang, that's why I asked, no, one time in my lecture, no, in the undergrad, sabi ko, okay, may I know who among you have already been to Mega Mall? Okay, and then I asked, sino naman ang nakapunta na ng Shangri-La? Magkatabi lang yun. And I found out that out of my 31 students in attendance that day, I did not even get half, no, in either of those two establishments. So, kako, how do I now ask, no, the next question? So therefore, you have to go to an LOTS question first, knowing as a bit of background before you can come up with a very good authentic assessment that will draw out, no, a genuine experience from the students. And then, of course, here, grading will be largely subjective unless you have a rubric. Now here, no, how do we develop authentic assessment? First, objectives, hindi mawawala yan. Second, what will be the relevant task? So ano ang mga skills na gusto nyo matutunan nila, no? So that's why you have to identify them. And then, what are those essential performance criteria? So if, for example, this is a writing class, no? And ang gusto mong magawa ng mga estudyante, for example, is makapagsulat ng effective paragraph of description. Okay? So, ano yung mga essential doon? Meron ba siyang maayos na topic sentence? Ilalagay mo ba yun doon? Nakikita ba ang relevance ng mga sentences niya pertaining to the discussion of the topic sentence? Napipicture out ba, no, ang mga ideas just because the student was able to use effectively words, no, that would describe the idea, etc., etc. And then you come up with a rubric. Okay? So we go now to number 5, and it is already 5:05. Yan. So konting-konti na lang po, konting stretch na lang po. Okay pa ba po kayo dyan? Gusto ko po tumatawa po kayo. Kaya gusto ko po pakiclick nyo po ang laughing na react. Yung tumatawang react. Yung nakakabaliw na tawa na react. Thank you, Ma'am Priscilla. Yan. Yung hindi po tumatawa, patay na bata. Tawag ko po dyan, patay na bata. No reaction. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Yan. Thank you so much po. Konti na lang po ito. Mamaya may panununin tayo sa saglit lang na video po. Ha? So, the rubric. So, it is a scoring tool. And ang famous dito ay si Danielle Stevens and Antonio Levin. So, silang nag-develop ng rubric. Actually po, kaya hindi ko po masyadong i-discuss na ito kasi i-type nyo lang po ang pangalan ng dalawang to. Makikita nyo na po ang link doon sa kanilang rubric pack online na kung saan pwede nyo kunin, hiramin ang ilan nilang mga rubric and you can actually follow na lang po yung instructions na nandun. Pero of course, may I know po. Siyempre, mababaw na tanong po. Thumbs up po kung alam po natin ang rubric. Click nga po ang thumbs up sign. Mababaw na tanong lang po. Hello. Thank you, Ma'am Divine. O, si Priscilla din. Ang Rodora, hello, nandiyan ka pa ba? Prof. Shirley, o diba? Ako po ay nagtatawag na, nag-roll call na po ako. Okay, sino po sa atin ang nakagawa na ng rubric? Thumbs up po ulit. Yes, congrats, Ma'am Rodora. Very good po. Nakakatuwa naman. Sir Mark Distor, ano na? Yes, si Ma'am Paz Diaz. Naku, si Ma'am Paz pala nandito. Naku, I'm so humbled again. Naku, nakita ko po ang aking professor, si Ma'am De Gracia. Hello, Ma'am. Kamusta po kayo? So, here, I will show you This one is why do we need to use it, no? No, so or uh, not why, no, but it can be used to grade any assignment or task kasi very flexible po ang rubric, no? For example, you have research papers, alam natin, nagiging subjective po tayo minsan pagdating sa mga research papers, no? So, I don't know, sana po hindi po tayo kagaya ng ibang teachers pag medyo makapal yung papel, 1 na kagad. Actually, I saw someone like that before when I was a new faculty in the university. Medyo nalungkot po ako. No, she was checking the papers of the students and then I noticed pag makakapal, puno agad. No? And then when she was not around, sorry po kay ma'am, tinignan ko po yung chinekan ni ma'am. Tapos nakita ko po, yung maninipis, mas may laman ang sinasabi. So that's why we should be fair, no, when we grade our students, and a rubric can help us, no, to judge fairly. So eto po ang sample rubrics coming po doon sa sinasabi ko pong kay Denel and kay Levi about the rubrics, no. Ito po yung medyo malaki. Pasensya na po, hindi ko po ma-capture talaga, no, ng buong-buo na medyo large, no. So patawarin niyo po ako sa maliliit na letra. But you will see here that this is very simple, no. 3 lang po yung ating pong ranges dito. Yung ating pong basis, no, for grading. So a work can be considered excellent or competent or needs work. And then there are percentages, no, as regards to the specific skills that you want your students to show, no, or to somehow perform. Here is another one. So the same, but this time, meron pong portion for the comments. And then on top po kasi, no, meron tayong mga meron tayong description of the task. And then titignan natin, no, if our students can actually understand it, no. They are thinking, so they can actually make certain inquiries, etc. And then we assign the points. Simple lang po, no? Medyo madali. Kasi minsan po, gusto natin magbigay ng 1 sa isang estudyante. Pero hindi talaga super duper perfect, no, ang kanyang work. So here, makikita natin na instead of 20% minsan, pwede natin gawing 19. And here's another one. So this one is an example naman of yung sa group. Bakit may mga pangalan po doon sa under content? Kasi mas nakitaan ng teacher na itong mga estudyanteng to ay very good in content. No? The rest, sa organization, creative sila, etc. Alright. So you can come up with your own rubric, no? Para at least tailor fit siya doon sa objectives na sinet mo. Kasi minsan yung nasa online, hindi talaga swak doon sa mga gusto natin na maging performance or pag-exhibit ng skills ng mga estudyante natin. Minsan hindi swak eh. For example, nasa mass comm kayo and then production, and then hindi mo naman nakita na yung mga estudyante ay nagsulat ng script, diba? So therefore, pag hindi mo nakita or hindi talaga sila yung gumawa ng script, baka mamaya wala silang grade, no? Kaya minsan merong problema din pagka may group grade kasi hindi siya fair sa lahat. So that's why we come up with a rubric. Now we proceed to the table of specification. Last na po ito. Okay? Last na po, pero wag po kayong mag-alala. Chewable po ito ulit. So, well, pwede naman po tayo minsan kasing magbigay ng ng mga test, no, na puro numbers. Pwede naman po 'yun. However, if we are going to make, let's say, yung multiple choice test or the objective type of test, kailangan po may table of specs tayo para hindi po yung fill lang natin, ito lang ilagay nating tanong, yun ang ilalagay natin, no? Kailangan po kasi may balance, no, sa paglalagay natin ng mga tanong doon sa test. So, of course, with the TOS, the teachers, no, would be able to align the set objectives to instruction and assessment. So, ito hindi ko na po ito i-discuss kasi po ito ay maririnig nyo po at mapapanood mamaya doon sa video. So, ito naman po yung types ng TOS, dalawa po. Okay? So, here we have one way. Very simple lang po siya. It contains the objectives, the number of hours, the number of items, and the item number. Ganun lang po siya kasimple. Minsan, hindi lang po objectives ang nilalagay. No? Depende po sa ginagamit ng school. So, minsan topics po ang nakalagay po dyan. Now, the next one is kung may one way, may two way. Okay? And ang two way po ang ginagamit po ng PUP. After po nitong video, ipapakita ko po sa inyo ang table of specs na ginagamit po ng PUP na binigay po sa atin ng Quality Assurance Center na hinahanap din po for uniformity pag tayo po ay ina-accredit. So, please watch this. Puputulin ko po siya. Isa-stop ko po siya at the middle para po hindi masyadong makakain po ng oras natin. And I do hope you will be able to learn from this. So, please watch.
Hi everyone, this is Teacher Ritel, and today we will be discussing about the two-way table of specifications. A table of specification, or also known as test blueprint, helps the teacher remember the objectives and the test items at different levels. It is designed based on the list of course objectives, the topics covered in class, and the amount of time spent on those topics. It also allows the teacher to construct a test which focuses on the key areas and weights those different areas based on their importance. It provides the teacher with evidence that the test
Na-mute yata si Dean Rosales.
across the range of content areas covered in the class and the cognitive process considered by the teacher as important. In other words, the table of specification is a guide that assures the teacher and the test takers that only those covered in class or discussed in class will be included in the test. There are different components of table of specifications. We have content outline, which lists the topic and the important objectives included under the topic, the categories which serve as a reminder or a check on the cognitive complexity of the test. These refer to the levels of cognitive processes that are emphasized in the test, the number of items per each objective or content. It also reflects a balanced picture of what was taught or whether all topics and objectives will be tested. There are two formats of table of specifications, the one-way and the two-way. And in this video, we will be focusing on the two-way table of specification. In a two-way table, categories or skills to be developed should be spelled out. Examples of these skills are the knowledge, computation, and application. Here is a simple example of a two-way table of specification. Remember that for each institution, they may have a different format. For the first column, we have the objectives. Then we have, for the second column, the number of days or hours spent in teaching the different objectives or contents. And for the next three columns, we have the categories of skills. These categories will differ depending on the type of skills that the teacher wants to see or to assess in his or her students. So for this example, we have the knowledge, then we have comprehension, then we have the application. Then the next column, we have the total, which means the total number of items for each objective or content. Then we have the percentage of items for each objective or content. So for this example, we have the following objectives: to know the different kinds of notes, give the value of each note, identify the different clefs, locate the dot in different clefs, and interpret the rhythmic pattern. We have to decide first on the number of items to give in the test. We consider the nature of subject, the grade level, level of thinking skills desired, and the time allotment. So for this example, we have a 60-item test. Then we review the number of days or hours spent in teaching the whole unit. So for this example, we have 15. So the number of items to be included for each content or objective depends on the number of days or hours spent in teaching that particular content or objective. So the longer the content was discussed, the more the number of items should be for that particular content. Then we have to decide how many items should be allotted for each objective or topic. So for objective number 1, it was discussed in 2 days or 2 hours. Then give the value of each node. Objective number 2, it was discussed in, let's say, 2 days. Identify the different clefs, 3 days. Locate the do in different clefs, 4 days. And interpret the rhythmic pattern, 4 days. This is just an example. You can have number of days or number of hours. And the total of these hours is 15. So to identify or to determine the number of items per objective, we have the following formula. Total number of items divided by total number of days or hours, then multiplied by the number of days or hours the item was taught or the content was taught. So for example, for objective number 1, the total number of items is 60 divided by the total number of hours spent in teaching all the objectives or contents, which is 15, then multiplied it by the number of days the objective or objective number 1 was discussed or taught, which is 2, and we have the answer, which is 8. So there should be 8 items that will cover objective number 1. For objective number 2, we have 60 divided by 15, which is 4, multiplied by 2, because objective number 2 was discussed in 2 days, or let's say 2 hours, then the answer is 8. So there should be 8 items for objective number 2. The same formula goes with the objective number 3, but we have 3 days because objective number 3 was discussed in 3 days, or let's say 3 hours. So the total is 12. So it means that there should be 12 items for objective number 3. For objective number 4, we have the formula 60 divided by 15, which is 4, multiplied by 4, because objective number 4 was discussed or covered in 4 hours, or let's say 4 days. So the answer is 16. There should be 16 items for objective number 4. And for objective number 5, we have also 16 items. Then we decide what categories of skills we are going to use. Let's say we will use the Bloom's taxonomy of cognitive domain, particularly the knowledge, the comprehension, and the application. So this will differ depending on your subject and the skills that you want to measure in your assessment or test. We decide what item numbers you will assign for questions or items that cover a particular objective in a particular skill category. For example, since there are 8 items for objective number 1, we will assign numbers 1 to 8. Please remember that the items need not to be in sequence. You can have, for example, item number 1, item number 5, item number 15, item number 60, item number 45. It depends on you. Just by looking at the table of specification, we will be able to see which items will cover which particular objective.
Okay po. So I think we get now the idea. So that's how we avoid guesstimates po when it comes to the number of items, because we know that what the objectives are, the number of hours or days we spent discussing that particular objective or particular topic, and then we just identify what kind of domain we should focus on. Ito luma pa po, knowledge, comprehension, and analysis. So 1956 po yung ginamit. Now,
items number.
I'll proceed now to the next slide and show you the table of specification. Sorry po, may nakalagay, which our university is using. Pasensya na po, medyo maliit. Pero as you can see, gumawa po ng sariling version ng university, but it still follows, Similar pa rin po dun sa napanood yung video. So we have the topics, okay? This is for the teaching profession subject in the undergrad. And then ito po rin po yung ginamit na ano po natin ng College of Education na evidence po sa ISO. No? And then learning outcomes po, and then the teaching weeks, tapos number of items, and then yung percentage ng items po in the entire test. And then under remembering, ito po yung number of items sa test. So ito yung number 36, 39, so nandun lahat yung remembering na skills. And then understanding, doon naman sa 2837, and then analyzing. So, and then there is also an item for creating. So as you can see, no, sa kahit anong level po dyan, no, sa cognitive domain, pwede niyo pong ilagay yung questions niyo doon sa inyo pong questionnaire o yung test. And then the same din po, ito po yung next page po. So medyo mahaba po kasi po, ito po yung ginamit for the departmental exams. So the number of items is 60. And then sa baba po, no, ilalagay po ng teacher yung prepared by, mga pangalan nila. And then, na-cut po. No, dito banda sa gitna ay yung chairperson ng program. And then approved by the dean. So yan po ang ating table of specs na two-way sa university. Okay, so here are some new directions and strategies. So we are on the last topic, and this will be quick. So new direction. So we have been given ourselves over to the concept of lifeboat learning. So kumbaga parang lahat ng ito na ginagawa natin masasalba lahat. But then it is time to reimagine the voyage because it is different now. So we desperately, urgently need a more imaginative approach to teaching and learning and technology, especially in higher education and more in advanced education. So in 2022, it will be a question on how and whether institutions are ready for or are willing to listen to a vision of teaching and learning that's inclusive, accessible, and responsive to the massive changes we experienced over the past 2 years. So on the next slide po, we can actually flip our classroom and then we imagine the scenarios that we want for our own classrooms. Hindi lang po yung estudyante ang dapat maging creative. Dapat din po tayo mga teachers, we need to be creative. Halimbawa po, si Dr. Amalia Rosales, any YouTube channel po si ma'am, she can actually use that, in order for her students to also learn about history. Okay, kasi history po si Dr. Rosales, and there are episodes there in her YouTube channel that talks about those things which she can discuss in class. And then here is also the blended learning mode. So we're very familiar with this, diba? Especially in PUP. It is a combination or mix of in-person, face-to-face, or F2F, and online remote learning. So hindi ko na po ito i-expound because we're actually experiencing it in PUP. And then here are some scenarios. So we have blended learning scenario 1, which we can do in our classrooms. So may pre-recorded video tayo of our lectures, and then pre-class readings or resources, which we can use for asynchronous classes. And then we can add some F2F tutorials. Kasi soon, meron tayong mga face-to-face na or seminars or labs with deep dives. Okay? And then yung BL scenario 2 natin, online lectures, so synchronous and recorded, combined po, plus yung F2F tutorials, etc. And then we have BL scenario 3, online lectures, synchronous and recorded, similar to BL2. But here we have online naman instead of face-to-face tutorials. Now for BL scenario 4, this is hybrid. So simultaneous face-to-face. Ito po yung sinasabi sa atin ni Dr. Muhi, na we have to prepare for face-to-face. Actually, my office was invited in the EXECOM to talk about this particular scenario and what our university should do in order to beef up yung instruction natin. Kaya we are tasked by the president to train the faculty members to make yung mga infographics, videos, how to upload, etc. And then hopefully, no, in the future, we will have a very big database for this one, no, para magkaroon po ng storage po ang atin po university for all of these supplementary materials. Next po, okay, going gradeless. No? This is another scenario. Right? This is another consideration. No? Naku, pwede kaya ito sa atin. No? So, this is just an idea po. No? Pero, it is learning that is delinked from letter and number grades. No? So, ang nakalagay lang po is pass-fail. Credit or no credit options. Naku, parang ang dali-dali for the teacher, no? Madali pong mag-type, walang numbers. Ay, sorry po, baka mawala ng trabaho ng statisticians. Okay, hindi po. But they are looking into this. Why? Because sabi nga nila, based on the idea that there is an idea that grades negatively impact student learning. No? So it increases kasi the stress and it promotes learning for extrinsic motivation. Okay? Kailangan daw kasi ang learning should be from within. Meaning to say, there is gratification when the student knows that he or she really knows or they know. Diba? And grades, sabi nga, do not always reflect the extent and depth of learning. Okay? Alam po natin ito. Minsan, siguro po yung iba sa inyo kung makaka-relate. Elementary, high school, hindi naman honor student. Pero ngayon, dean or chairperson, di ba? Na parang minsan i-attribute yung galing ng isang tao to a position just because performing sila dati. Pero because of the multiple intelligences, we know that there is really an acknowledgement of the different capabilities of different individuals. Ayan, last 3 slides na lang po. Sabi nga, you can't learn without feedback. It's not teaching that causes learning. It's the attempts by the learner to perform that cause learning. So it is dependent upon the quality of feedback and opportunities to use it. This comes from the teacher, of course. And a single test of anything is therefore an incomplete assessment. We need to know whether the student can use feedback from the results. Again, from Grant Wiggins, who is the proponent of authentic assessment. And, sabi nga, students can escape bad teaching. Di ka niya type, tinulugan ka ng estudyante mo sa klase, but they can't escape bad assessment. Why? Because this is dependent upon the performance of the student, which will be graded by the teacher. So if the teacher did not use the right assessment, then we are shortchanging our students. And with that, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat, sa inyong pakikinig, for staying until 5:30. Isa nga pong heart react po dyan para po sa ating lahat. Congratulations po, PUP Graduate School, and for this very fruitful faculty development activity. God bless po.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rosales, Ma'am Julie. Thank you so much for the very informative presentation. Siguro we cannot stress enough how difficult it is for us teachers, no? Kasi most of the articles and most of our lit focuses on the difficulties of students, but somehow nasa sideline yung needs ng ating mga teachers. So we are very happy to see how, kasi I'm sure a lot of the GS faculty members don't have any, or at least have very minimal background about education principles in general. So it's nice to see these principles being discussed and being translated into the online public sphere. So thank you very much, Dr. Julie Rosales. So we are now opening the floor for questions to both our first speaker, Dr. Nava, and Dr. Juni Rosales. So for your queries, you may open your microphones, and address your question to either Dr. Nava and to Dr. Juni Rosales. We can entertain siguro po 2 to 3 questions in the interest of time. All right. Any questions or any clarifications or maybe comments about the presentations that we had or the lecture that we had today? Anyone? Puro applause yung nakikita po natin. Ayan. Wala na po bang tanong? Any clarifications? Ayan, I'm seeing some questions here now. So, ayan. Si Dr. Leandro from CAF. How do you assess students who are attending your class at the same time working at an office? Naku, mukhang mahirap na question. So, but you know what? I also experienced this. Dr. Nava and Doc Chuni, would you like to answer the question? This is really, medyo kasi to eh. I don't know, medyo may pagka-sociological yung question.
Pwede pa kayong pa-elaborate?
Pa-elaborate? Sir Leandro, would you like to elaborate? Or may open your mic po, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon. So while I was doing my lesson,
what we can do is,
kasi nag-discuss po ako. Tapos, one way of checking pagka
let's say after
nila is I ask
the division must
them
always pre-perform in the context of work.
So one time, isang estudyante tinawag ko for, parang tinanong ko na for the lesson. Sabi niya, sir, hindi ako makasagot kasi nasa office ako.
Like, as it was a normal job.
Yes. So yun yung nakikita kong
However,
disadvantage
we can delete the file that we
online.
transferred. So something like
Thank
cut
you
it
po.
from the source that.
Okay. Well, then just give him another opportunity to, o kaya pwede ba siya mag-chat? Pwede ba yun? Can he respond using chat or email? I don't know.
Well, what I did was to ask another student, so hindi ko na po siya tinanong ulit. Pero na ginawa ko.
Okay. Yeah. Is that counted for recitation?
Not really. But kasi I try to assess kung naintindihan nila yung lesson. So, one way of assessing it is by asking them questions
right,
pertaining to the topic na pinag-uusapan po.
So maybe multiple modes of responding. So you offer them na if they cannot orally respond, they use the chat or they send you a reply in Messenger or some multiple modes of of responding. That's important.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. But kasi syempre, you want the discussion to be more lively. I mean, I want them to respond while I'm doing lecture.
But
so,
see, talagang hindi po pwede kung nasa office siya. So he's counted out.
Yes. So yun po yung isa nakikita ko na.
He misses the So yun nga, we cannot expect to duplicate the face-to-face in online. There are definitely, some limitations and we have to live with that. So, kung kasama sa grading yon o gusto niyo ng participation, you could also ask him, is there, ang time po ba ng klase niyo ay office hours?
Or what
yes
you can
po,
do
office hours ko po sila.
Okay.
I guess we will just not.
Parang 1:30 to 4:30
then you can just set up your.
And whose schedule was that? Is it yours or the school's?
Wait, sorry, I'm confused.
We can schedule ng class.
So.
But it was your choice to do it from 1 o'clock. So we have to understand our learners are working also. So kung graduate school yun, usually they're after office hours.
No,
Or
actually,
on weekends?
undergraduate yan, ma'am. Hindi ako nagtuturo sa
Undergraduate.
graduate.
Okay. So may working student kayo?
Yes po.
Okay. Oy, hindi naman pwede siyang obligahin na mag-recite kung nasa office nga siya. Or he can ask his boss permission. I don't know. If it's
Anyway,
liberal.
thank you po. I will try na lang siguro other ways of
Yeah. To make it fair. To make it fair. Oo.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sir, may I answer your question? Are you referring to the undergrad, sir? Yung 1:30, 4:30. Okay, sir. Kasi ganito po, no? Yan po yung eksena madalas kasi may mga students tayo because maluwag ang schedule, nagtatrabaho. Okay? And kaya po yung iba rin, even the correspondence mode po, they chose the correspondence mode because para rin po sila makapagtrabaho. So, alam naman po natin, majority of our students are coming from poor families. So, ang pwede po natin kasing gawin para po ma-accommodate natin sila is to try to make our tests as authentic as possible. Ang pinakamaganda po talaga dyan, sir, is that you really devise or come up with a test na hindi po kailangan sila laging mag-click ng multiple choice, no? Kasi it adds stress to them, no? Kasi nasa workplace sila. Ito po kasi isa sa mga bagay na nag-emerge po out of this situation dahil sa pandemic. Okay? Pero in normal situations or if it is a face-to-face situation in PUP, we will not allow a working student to be in the class that will conflict with the schedule of the class. So, para po sa atin, tayo po talaga tayo po talagang mag-a-adjust because very student-centered po ang institution natin. So talagang tinitignan po lagi ang situation ng estudyante. Maybe kung hindi po natin maiiwasan na hindi po gumawa ng mga objective type of test, bigyan nyo lang po sila ng time limit. For example, halimbawa, magbibigay kayo ng test around 3:30. No? Sasabihin nyo, pwede silang mag-enter ng test answers nila by 4:30, giving them an hour even if it is just a 30-minute test. Bakit po? Kasi po kailangan ma-consider natin nga yung internet connectivity nila. Kailangan din ma-consider natin yung baka busy talaga sila sa trabaho nila, mamaya mahuli sila ng boss nila, no? And another thing is wag po natin kakalimutan, and I think na-emphasize po namin to ni Dr. Nava, that we should also come up with tests na hindi basta-basta, test questions na hindi basta-basta mahahanap ng mga bata sa internet. That's why you have to ask questions that will somehow elicit answers pertaining to their workplace, no? Yung unique questions, even if you're just simply asking them, for example, paano mag-install nito, no? Kaya yung mga items natin sa test should have variety, no? Pero it does not mean that we are sacrificing yung cognitive ability nila just because they could not say ito talaga yung definition or this is the actual answer. Ito po yung kailangang adjustments na gawin natin bilang mga teachers po, no? Para actually nag-emerge na naman din po siya for us to come up with different strategies in order to not just simply accommodate a situation, but to be able to rise above it, and then gradually po maging masanay po tayo doon so that we will be ready for the next challenge. Hindi lang po kayo, sir, nakaka-experience niyan. Marami po sa atin na mga faculty sa PUP. Thank you for that question po.
Thank you po.
All right, thank you very much, Ma'am Julie. Do we have other questions po? I think we are seeing some questions also about gamification. Would you like to address that question po, Ma'am Julie?
Of course, kasi I use that po in my class. I use that, and then I have a rubric po to ensure that everyone in the group, kasi I cannot use gamification just simply for one presentation of a student. Ngayon po sa PUP, kasi alam natin, bawal ang reporting, no? So dapat po maging creative tayo bilang teachers. And kagaya ko po, ang ginawa ko, I came up with this particular technique and I call it the VC ideas. V, victory, and C, virtual classroom, and then idea using I, infographic, D, discussion, wherein the students will not report, but they will discuss like a debate or panel about the infographic that they have watched. And then E is for the exercises wherein the students can ask questions. Na para sila nagko-quiz, pero interactive. And then A, I call that AHA, meaning ano ang natutunan ng mga estudyante, ano yung mga aha moments nila, so they will be sharing. And then S, someone will have to summarize everything. So kumbaga, na-cover mo lahat ng areas dun sa Bloom's taxonomy, sa affective domain, and at the same time, psychomotor. No? Kung may time lang, papakita ko po yung sample sa inyo, no? nung actual na ginagawa namin sa klase. And then I also have classroom role-playing game. I call it a CRPG, wherein the students will have to adopt certain characters that they see on RPG games na nilalaro nila. And then, i-imbibe nila yung character. Kunyali, sila po yun. Tapos, may topic po akong ibabato sa kanila, which they have already prepared. And then, they go with the flow. Lahat po yan, priniperan ko ng rubric po. And then, para po mag-fair, hindi lang po ako nag-grade. Ang rubric na yan ay binibigay ko sa lahat ng estudyante and they grade their classmates. At the end of the semester po, we assess, I collect everything and then I put the grades in my class record po. So, fair po sa lahat. Hindi lang po one-sided yung assessment kasi galing lang sa teacher, but you have multiple perspectives, those who have actually experienced gamification.
Wow, that sounds so interesting. Maybe we can have another session for that, Doc Junie. Mukhang napakagandang napakagandang topic for discussion. Maybe we can use that also. Yeah. Kasi most of the time, tayo mga teachers, we only replicate what our teachers taught us typically. So maybe we can request for another session with Ma'am Junie with that. Thank you, Ma'am Junie, for that. I think we're seeing a few more questions. Maybe we can entertain a few. Konti na lang po. Follow up po. I think this is more of a pragmatic question. Follow up po, do you think in a 25 objective test and a 25 essay, okay na po ba yung 1 hour allotment for the finals? From Ma'am Mirna Adonis.
25 objective items at saka 25 essay.
Yes po. Siguro 25 points naman po siguro. Hindi naman po siguro 25 essay na questions if I'm understanding it correctly. Yes po, Doc Nava.
Okay, actually tansyahan yan eh. So you can estimate if it can take them about an hour and a half, and then give some delay. So kung after 1 hour at time mo ay 1 hour, sabi mo, is everybody finished? So if you're finished, please submit, and then you take note na lang, sino pang hindi tapos. Kung kalahati ng klase hindi pa tapos, then you may have to extend as you do in face-to-face. So extend na lang, especially the situation kung online, cause us for a lot of leeway talaga. Kasi ibang klaseng situation meron tayo. Yeah. So, actually,
thank you very much po, Dr. Nava.
Is the teacher who can decide okay. After the experience.
So I think that's the art part of it. So yeah, I think we can have one more last question. Hindi, wala na pala. Wala na po palang questions. So mostly our messages congratulating our speakers for today. Thanks, Dean Rosales, Dean Amalia, Dean Delcet, Dean Nava for a wonderful and interactive webinar. So we have a lot of messages congratulating our speakers. Thank you so much to Dean Nava, Dr. Nava, and Dr. Junie Rosales. very interesting. Kahit ako parang na-renew yung aking interest in really making my online classroom more engaging. And also yung mga approaches ko in teaching. So thank you so much, Dr. Nave and Dr. Julie. So we will now proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for with the awarding of certificates. All right. So may we request for the certificates to be flashed? All right, so let me read the citation. Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Office of the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Graduate School, presents the Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Dr. Fe Josefa G. Nava, a professorial lecturer of the Far Eastern University, for having served as resource person during the faculty development activity with the theme Assessment and Evaluation in Online Learning, held on February 24, 2022 via Zoom and FB Live, signed by Dr. Elmer G. De Jose, Dean, PUP Graduate School, and Dr. Emmanuel C. De Guzman, Vice President for Academic Affairs. Thank you very much, Dr. Nava.
Thank you also.
And another certificate is presented and awarded to Dr. Maria Judismerdi Rosales, Director for the Office of Teaching and Learning Development, for having served as a resource person during the faculty development activity with the theme Assessment and Evaluation in Online Learning, held on February 24, 2022 via Zoom and FB Live, signed by Dr. Elmer G. De Jose, Dean of the Graduate School, and Dr. Emmanuel C. De Guzman, Vice President for Academic Affairs. Thank you very much, Dr. Rosales. Ma'am Julie, thank you so much. We enjoyed your presentation so much. Thank you po, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, so before we
Thank you
end
very
this,
much, Dean Rosales and Dr. Nava.
Yeah, welcome po,
Pahabol na lang po yung aming token. We will we'll send you po. Salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you po.
This indeed has been a very fruitful and meaningful afternoon of learning. Before we formally end this event, may we request the Associate Dean of the Graduate School to give the closing remarks, closing message, Dr. Divine Pasumbat.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat, to all the university officials, especially the graduate officials headed by our Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Elmer De Jose. Sa lahat po ng faculty members and students, magandang hapon, malapit ng magandang gabi. So, when I received the message yesterday from Dr. De Jose requesting me to give the closing remarks, sabi ko, si Dean naman on my last working day, closing remarks pa din. Because this is my last working day. So sabi ko, since, for so many events already, ako po talagang nagbibigay ng closing remarks. And so yesterday, I said, Dean, anong oras? When he said, 12 or 1 to 5:30, ko talagang tatapusin ko ang work life ko sa closing remarks. So naisip ko, yes, I started my journey as a designee in the graduate school, no? Tapos tapusin ko rin ang journey dito sa graduate school. So nag-faculty assistant ako dito and chair ngayon. Wow. Dean, associate dean at MC chair. Tatapusin ko rin with a closing remarks. So talaga pong maraming salamat sa lahat, no? Lalo na sa speakers natin. Ay, may tumatawag. Sorry mga anak. Tumatawag yung mga anak ko. Yan, may oras sila ng tawag talaga. So, iko-congratulate ako kasi patapos na yung ko. Mamaya, anak. Wait, anak. Wait. Dali lang po, Yan. Okay, pasensya na po. So, especially our speakers, no, talaga, you made us realize that really life as it is hard, no? At mas napapahirap pa dahil hindi ganon kadali ang sitwasyon ng pag-aaral ngayon. But with all the things that you have shared to us, Ma'am Junie, somehow naisip ko na maraming pwedeng gawing paraan, no, para mas maging madali, para mas makatulong sa kanila, at para siguro maging fair tayo sa mga estudyante natin, because it is not enough that we teach them. No? Mas importante yung na-assess natin sila at evaluate natin sila sa tamang paraan. So thank you very much sa dalawang speakers natin. We would like to thank also our working team, working committee, which worked very hard for this. Andyan syempre si Sir Dados, napakasipag. No? Talagang lagi yung nandyan si Dr. Arvin de la Cruz. Siyempre kasi nandyan si Dean Elmer na laging sumusubaybay sa amin, and GS staff. Hindi po nakikita pero umaandar ang lahat ng ito dahil sa kanila. So maraming salamat po sa sa GS. And of course, let me also thank the faculty members. At least for the last time, nakita ko sila dito. Nandyan si Ninang Ami, nandyan yung kapatid ko. Sabi ko, ay nakakatuwa, nandito sila lahat. So that I also have a way of thanking them and saying goodbye, no, to everyone in the graduate school. So tatapusin po natin ang gabing ito na marami tayong dapat pag-isipan kung paano natin mas mapapaganda yung pagtuturo natin at pagkatuto ng mga estudyante. With that, I would like to wish everyone well. God bless everyone. Sana mas maging magaling at mas maging maganda pa ang graduate school. At syempre, kahit wala na ako sa PUP, makikita ko pa rin naman kayo. So maraming salamat, everyone.
Thank you po. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Divine.
Thank you, Din Pasombal. Thank you, Associate Din
It's also
Pasombal.
been an honor working with you in the graduate school.
Salamat, Sir
Thank you very much, Ma'am Divine. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Ma'am Divine.
Salamat po.
Godspeed po.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Divine. Miss you.
Thank you, Sir Mark.
We will miss you pero magtuturo ka pa naman. 'Di ba? Balik ka pa. Babalikan mo ang MC program mo. Okay.
Mag-iisip pa natin din. Maraming salamat po.
Okay.
All right. So thank you so much, Ma'am Dimay and Dean Elmer. So to formally end, no, may we request everyone to join us in singing the PUP hymn.
Sir, photo op muna po, sir.
Sorry kasi sa program, actually sa program nakalagay photo op uli. After the
Sorry,
PUP
photo op
hymn.
muna tayo. And then please don't forget to fill out the form, evaluation form.
Pa-open po ang ating mga camera for the photo op. So we have 4 slides. So kindly bear with us and put your smile on hold. Okay, let's start.
Don't forget to answer po the evaluation on our chat.
Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next slide. 1, 2, 3, smile.
All faces.
And last slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. And that would be it. Thank you you can now close your camera if you have problem in internet connectivity. Thank you. Sir Dags, back to you.
Thank you very much to everyone sa mga taga-branches at sa other universities, especially from the Taguig City University. Thank you very much. Hope to see you in the next webinar of PUP Graduate School. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much, Dean and Dr. Arvin. Once again, our evaluation is posted in our chat box. So pakilocate na lang po. So once again, thank you so much. We are very happy to have this very fruitful activity this afternoon. Please do join us again in our future activities and endeavors in the PUP Graduate School. So to formally end today's program, let us all sing the PUP hymn.